We're live. We are live. Yes, we are live. I mean, we're all alive, Dojo, but
We are
we
all
are
alive.
we are live on YouTube. Welcome everyone. It is WrestleMania weekend.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got live if you want it.
Wait, what happened?
I don't know. I don't think we're live anymore. Oh, we're still live. It says we're on YouTube.
I'm just getting a thing saying live. The content of this meeting is being sent to one or more apps.
Oh,
I don't know why it's being sent to one or more apps.
I
How
only
many
have
have
YouTube. It only says YouTube to me. YouTube.
it's a YouTubers. Okay. I think we're good. I think we're good. Um
We're going to reinvent the internet more than Lazy Sunday ever did.
Yeah, well, hey, we do what we got to do, brother. You know, let's turn that on. Wow, it's been a minute since we've been live, but
It
it
has.
is time for WrestleMania 41 in Las Vegas. Um, so I me and Pat had chatted about the news of WWE acquiring Triple A wrestling from Mexico. I think that is a good move for them to expand internationally.
Oh yeah.
And they get a lot of wrestlers that have wrestled at AAA that have gone indie circuit and have come to WWE.
Well, there's obviously another big part of that.
Indeed. I mean, but with that being said, like my comment in their group chat was that Vince wouldn't do this. The reason I say that is because this is an international acquisition. You
Mm-hmm.
know, this isn't a US acquisition. I know the territories and WCW was special in regards to that aspect, but I never heard him say or any type of passing and he would buy an international company. But hey, it seems like this has been a couple years in the making from what they said at the press conference. So,
That's
you
pretty
know,
funny since they were still working with AEW during that time.
yeah.
Sorry
Hey,
if
you
my
know what?
sorry if my eye line is off. I've got you guys over on the left monitor, but my camera's on top of the right. So
It's okay. I mean, with that being said, I mean, I understand that too, because you're a company, you gotta take whatever partnerships or agreements you can in the meantime until you have something going on in the bigger picture to get that taken care of and accomplished. So it was weird when I was sitting there and I said Vikingo, like Vikingo, I always mess up his name, is in the background, and I'm like, oh, did we just see you at AEW months ago? So um yeah, yeah, it's interesting. It's good for them. Let's see where they go. They announced they had their Worlds Collide show in June. Um, coincidentally, I think is the same month as the AEW and CMLL show. I believe is also taking place in June as well. But hey, nonetheless, today is not about AEW. It's about WWE WrestleMania. Um, so yeah, a question: who watched any of the Hall of Fame? Because that shit was fucking long, and Triple H talked forever.
yeah, I
I did
noticed
not
that.
watch
I
anything.
This morning I watched the Lex
I watched
Luger
it this
part.
morning when I woke up, but
I watched the
I don't.
Lex Luger part, I watched the natural disasters part, and I watched the little things that they aired for the legacy inductees. That was it. Actually, no, I lie. I watched the Brad Austin stuff because yeah, all that was pretty brief. I mean, again, I don't give a fuck about Michelle McCool, and I don't really want to listen to The Undertaker right now either, obviously. And then yeah, when I saw how long Triple H talked for, maybe I'll go back and watch it at some point. It wasn't this morning, so it wasn't
So I
happening
have
this
to tell
morning.
you guys when I saw um when you guys said that WWE bought AAA. I didn't think of the AAA wrestling. I thought of the AAA roadside assistance people. I'm like, why the hell did they buy that? I was like, that doesn't even make any
Oh,
sense.
Jeremy, oh, Jeremy.
Okay,
This just
okay,
shows you how naive and ignorant I can be at times in the
okay.
wrestling
Well,
world.
all I'll say to you to that is this: at least you didn't think it meant AAA baseball.
Yes. No. And it's only because my parents have had AAA forever, and that was they always are like, Like when my car broke down the one time, my mom's like, "I'll call AAA and I'll come out there and be there and I'll say it's my car." I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
You are hilarious with that shit. Let me just tell you. You thought, ah, oh boy, you're special, Jeremy. That's okay though.
I know.
We're all special in our own ways. It happens. So I didn't know, but AJ had mentioned to me on text message that Bailey had been jumped earlier today.
Oh, I hadn't heard anything about that.
Um yeah, I'm gonna have to see because if that's the case, um he had mentioned if
Oh
she
yeah, here
doesn't
it is. Bailey taken out of WrestleMania 41, Lyra Valkyria to find new partner for tag title match. So what mystery opponent is that going to be?
AJ
And what
said
did Bailey
AJ
do? Because
said
Bailey probably got hurt and can't wrestle.
AJ mentioned probably Becky.
I guess that could happen. I would kind of prefer not, but
Yeah.
I would prefer
I
not
don't know if
because
she will though because
that's a weak way to bring back Becky, and they would have to win. And Liv and Raquel should not lose those belts.
correct.
Yeah. Ooh, so we're gonna get a yeeted on right in the beginning,
Well,
and he's got a special D day, DJ Salvatore.
I think we knew that this match was going to kick off the shoe.
Oh, they
And,
officially announced it the other day.
Oh, and Rey Mysterio is out of his match.
Yes, I think Ray Phoenix is
Yes,
replacing
Ray
him.
Phoenix is going to replace him, which I mean, yeah, like the article I'm reading here, it would seem to have made more sense to throw Dragon Lee in that spot, but
But
obviously they're giving Phoenix a push, so
yeah, yeah, 100%.
and
So
it
I'm
does make sense as well with what they did in the Battle Royal last night, so
100%.
the Battle Royal last night on the last episode of SmackDown I'll be watching for a while.
Hold on, guys.
I was just about to ask him a question too. All right. Let's see. 3:10:40 my little timer on this video said. I want to see what time it'll be when he finally gets to the goddamn ring. Since he's coming from the very top. Well, not the very top, but oh, just for heaven.
All right, gentlemen, I'm back. Hold on, I'm puffing an inhaler. I apologize. My asthma's. I was starting to sneeze there, and now my asthma's bothering me. Ooh, I dig Jay's outfit. All right, Jay. All right, Pat. You said you were going to ask me a question. I heard you. I can still hear you, brother.
Yeah, so does SmackDown air next day streaming anywhere? Because I don't think it does on Peacock.
It's not.
Yeah, that's
Um,
shit, but whatever.
yeah. Unfortunately, it does not.
mm,
Um, I've tried to find Hulu used to do it. They don't do it anymore. Peacock doesn't do it. You gotta wait a couple days, I think,
Nope.
or
Nope. Not a couple days.
is it a week now?
No.
Are they that far behind?
Yes. Here,
Holy shit.
I'll pull it up here real quick.
I haven't really checked Peacock, but I'd seen somebody say that Peacock doesn't do it the next day. So I was assuming since I was wrong, that it was
So
a couple
if
days.
you go to Peacock, hold on, it's going to start trying to play an episode, which is not what I wanted it to do. The most recent episode of SmackDown that is on Peacock is March 14th. So they're taking a month.
That is fucking ridiculous.
No, that's the way it is. So I will
Wow.
not be seeing Peacock anytime soon, or SmackDown anytime.
Um, yeah, honestly, my on demand used to do it like next day, but sometimes it seem like it's taken a couple days now to really get it. So, which is frustrating. All
Oh,
right,
for
guys,
Christ's
don't
sake.
forget to share that we're streaming live on your social media platforms
Yeah, I don't do that. I leave
so
that to
we can
you.
get eyes on us. Do you want people to see us three handsome men? The CWA Trios champions right here.
All right,
Come on now.
I'll go with two handsome men. You and Pat. I don't know about myself.
Why would you say such a thing?
Yeah, I don't know why you would say that either when clearly I'm the only handsome guy here.
I'm sorry. What is this?
Oh, for Christ's sake.
What's for Christ's sake? Oh.
I didn't need to see the fucking Saudi dignitaries. I'm sorry. Nobody in this country fucking cares.
Oh, it's okay.
I doubt that many people in Saudi Arabia care if they're watching this live. Which I'm kind of assuming they're not because, let's see here. It's currently 2:15 a.m. in Saudi Arabia.
No, probably not. Why?
I mean, that's even assuming they have the capability of showing it live. I have no idea what Saudi Arabia has. So
We are having a minor technical difficulty, but that's
Oh,
fine.
what
I'm
did I
just gonna
do?
no, it's me. It's me.
Oh,
I did something with YouTube and it's not doing something I want to, so it is what it is. I'll just let things roll.
I will
So
say it is interesting that Gunther got the second introduction. I mean, I know that is traditional for champions, but a lot of times when they have heel champions, they don't. They bring them out first. So,
and I'll say about having this match on first. This is a good match to have on first, just because both wrestlers are well established.
and I think we all know
Gunther's
there's a
really good in the ring,
yeah. I think we all know there's a title change coming.
and Jay Uso is a usually what? You have a weird look on your face.
No,
Oh,
the little stat Chiron they just popped up there. I know the business is different. It's not like the way it was back in the 20th century and even in the early 2000s and everything. But to say he's been champion for 259 days and that this is only his sixth title defense, I mean,
listen,
again,
he's trying to go, he's trying to be like Roman. Just leave him alone.
it was a completely different time. But Ric Flair would defend the NWA title 6 times in a week.
Now, this
um,
isn't the 80s either, but yes, I
I know. I
understand.
come
said
on,
it's
stop
not.
living
This
in the
isn't. I
'80s,
said this
man.
is not. I said this isn't the 20th century anymore. But again,
I know.
even admitting that, it's like I still don't think you would say he's defended the title roughly once every 6 weeks.
Yeah. Um, but also like from a match that's going to probably get the crowd into it and is going to be technically sound and probably tell a good story. These are the
Good
two.
match.
This would be a match to start off a good two people to start off WrestleMania.
To try
Sometimes
to
I
be
feel like the
into it because
WrestleMania matches that they start off with are not always so good.
I don't know if technically sound though because Jay's prone to fuck up. So
Well,
recently he has been, but sometimes I feel like that was part of the
all right,
story at that time.
I'm just gonna say this right
I like
now.
her hair.
I'm just gonna say this right now to get it over and done with. I do not like this ring announcer.
Well,
No, you don't.
yeah, I wouldn't say I particularly like her as a ring announcer.
I don't like the way that she ring announces, and then when I look at her and see that hair, I mean, you do you, but holy Christ,
I like her.
you're not fucking Heat Miser from the Year Without a Santa Claus.
No, she reminds
Listen,
me of
she probably watches anime, so
Gohan.
she takes her hairstyles from the anime.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say she looks like Goku from freaking Dragon Ball Z.
I still prefer my
awesome.
reference better because even though it's not exactly the way that Heat Miser's hair looked, I was called Heat Miser when I was a baby because my hair stuck up like that, and we're big on the Christmas specials in the Depew household, so.
101. There was people doing like stop animation or stop animation
Mhm.
for like videos and stuff like that over Christmas season when like those movies were coming out again, being replayed on TV. It was really funny. I was
I,
like,
okay, I Gunther. Oh, excuse me. Gunther's 250.
Hey, uh,
I just assumed he was always heavier than that because of his height and because of the fact that he's not really fat, but he's also not muscular. So
he's a strong son of a bitch. So I
right,
guess
yeah, I know he's strong and everything, but again, I just assumed he was heavier than 250.
I can see that.
I could see it.
Okay,
Clearly
well,
now,
okay,
the rain is gone.
let's put it to you like this too. I'll get this reference out of the way. Look at Gunther
Going through.
and look at Donald Trump,
Oh my God.
and they're still trying to claim to us that Trump weighs 220 or whatever it is.
He does not weigh
No,
220.
320 maybe.
He is
They
not
keep
weigh
saying
no
every
220.
fucking year when he has a physical, they keep saying he weighs like 220 or 225, and it's like,
Yeah,
yeah,
not even
maybe
fucking
just
close.
maybe if he took just like his torso.
Definitely not.
I mean, come on.
Well, I will say this.
I weigh over 300 pounds. I recognize somebody else who weighs over 300 fucking pounds.
So I will say this: when it comes to the way your body will appear, based with if you are 220 pounds, just no muscle,
I weigh
little
254 right
muscle,
now.
compared to somebody who's 220 in all muscle, your bodies look very, very different.
Yeah, but Trump doesn't have a shred of muscle on his body. So,
I'm not disagreeing with you on that.
he wears the baggy suits up for a reason. So you trust me, and I know what that
Yes.
reason is. It's why I don't wear tight clothing.
Screw you and your skinny jeans.
I
This
don't
is
wear I
the
don't wear skinny jeans. I don't wear like completely like the baggy '90s like crisscross jeans either. But
Those
I
are coming
mean,
back.
they
Jankos are though on the comeback.
okay. I don't care if they are. I'm just
They're on the come. I
I
saw my
can't
nephew wearing flare pants. I was like, "What the hell?"
oh
I
God.
can't wear stuff that's too loose either. So
This will be a good storytelling match. Put it that way.
Yes.
I mean it should be, but
I think it'll be fine.
Can hear the crowd. The crowd's into it. That's good.
I would hope they're into the first match of the night. But yeah,
So I think either Seth, Jay, or Drew is going to join The Rock and Cena.
if Dwayne even shows up, I mean we still don't know that.
I think he will. I think he will. Maybe there won't be anything crazy happening in these two nights, but maybe there will be. Maybe they'll give us one or two things. Who knows?
Hey, I think I just saw James Ellsworth at ringside.
I like how Jey Uso tried to take that and act like tough, and then he's like, "Oh my god, it hurts so bad."
Yes, it hurt.
But you know who I don't see at ringside, at least not on the camera side? The guy is always dressed up like Randy Savage.
Oh, sad.
Oh, I haven't seen that guy.
I just wonder what those like. I always
Maybe
wonder
he
what those
decided it
people
was too
do.
expensive this year.
Like there used to be what was it, red shirt guy or red hat guy? It was red hat guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he used to be at every single show, and then all of a sudden he stopped. Now we got the guy that dresses like Macho Man Randy Savage. Like, I always wonder, what do these people do? Or no, he was sign guy. That's right. That was his thing, sign guy.
Well,
yeah.
I just assume that they are independently wealthy.
I don't know. I
listen,
think they
it
interviewed
is
sign guy
expensive,
one
man.
time, and
Meaning that they inherited it. Or they lived at home all their lives and save all their money to this or whatever. I don't know.
They
I don't
refinance their home every year.
quite quite quite
now
quite
what was
frankly,
that?
yeah, quite frankly, I really don't want to think about shit like that right now. So
Okay, I gotta ask, what the hell was that? Like, I know they're saying Gunther's 220, but you gotta act. They're acting like Jey Uso can't lift 220 pounds, like he's that hungry. That's like a thing that you do where the guy falls back because the guy's like 400 pounds, or at least 350. Not when a guy's 220. Like, come on.
it's the girth.
Yeah, that's what I've been told. Like, you can't make that a big deal. He's not that big. You're making Jey Uso look like he can only lift 150 pounds on a weight bench.
Yeah, I know. I know.
I'm sure he benches probably 300. Easy.
I
Yeah,
did watch, Pat, what did you say you watched for the Hall of Fame? You watched Luger and who else?
I watched. Okay, so essentially, I watched everything but Michelle McCool and Triple H.
Okay.
Essentially,
Michelle's wasn't bad, to be honest.
yeah,
Triple
again, but
H,
I just don't care about her. I wasn't watching extensively during her era, and definitely not SmackDown either, because I'm pretty sure I was working every time SmackDown was on the air during her heyday, as it were, and
gotcha.
so
I
again, it's
when it was funny, like when when they did the little thing and it was funny. I will admit it was funny when they made fun of Cole pretending to be Triple H and like spitting water on
I
himself.
did see that, and
That little skit was hilarious, to be honest.
I can't remember when they did that.
I don't remember. It was funny. It was
Like I
definitely
Was
funny.
that when Jerry Lawler, when him and Jerry Lawler,
remember they did it, but I don't
I
remember
don't think
when
so.
they did it.
But that little part was funny. McAfee and Cole were funny. They had some funny moments, which I liked. They did good. They did a good job. But when they talked about Triple H and then, the video package, when I paused it, and I'm like, we still have like an hour and 40 minutes to go. I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah, I mean,
Shawn Michaels did do the video package, which was cool as hell. Shawn Michaels gets on there. He talked for quite some time. Um, emotional and stuff. And Triple H got on there and I listened to everything
I
Triple
just
H
saw
did.
Pat Kitt.
No, you didn't. Is he there?
I saw a guy who looks a hell of a lot like Pat Kitt.
how
I don't think
close?
I don't remember.
He was like 10 rows up or so. It was like in one of like the just more close-up shots that they showed. He's like right on the aisle.
You should all text him. You at WrestleMania.
I should send him a Facebook message, be like, I just saw your clone at WrestleMania.
I'd be surprised if he's there. I mean, I know he does a lot of. I know he works for the post office, so
Actually, I'm gonna message him right now and say that.
I would just be surprised because I know he had mentioned a long time ago that he was stop and going because they were just too damn expensive to go to
Oh yeah.
anymore.
Yeah, he did. He definitely did.
I mean, cool if he did. This is a
Oh,
pretty cool
definitely.
one to go to for sure. You don't have to worry
Yeah,
about being
but
cold.
at the same time though, it's like if you didn't go to the one last year where you could have driven to it, why would you go to this year's where you'd have to fly, stay in a
I think
hotel, blah blah blah.
for me, the only big four pay-per-view I have not gone to is a Royal Rumble, and that's the one I really do want to go to because
Which is funny. The only one I have not been to is SummerSlam.
yeah, I want to go to a Rumble. It's one
Yeah.
of my favorite ones, probably my favorite of the big four.
Yeah, see, I got to go to the Royal Rumble in 2004 with AJ and our dear friend Sean Sakamoto and a couple other guys. That was actually the first wrestling show I'd ever been to, period. So that was cool because it was cool, just soaking the atmosphere. We had like a great, our seats weren't terrible, but they were also like, there was nobody directly in front of us because I think it might have been like a camera pit. Um, but but we were looking like right at the ring and right at the ramp. So like when like anything surprise related came in, like because if you remember, Brock Lesnar ran into the Royal Rumble match that year to fuck with Goldberg,
Mhm.
and when you watch it on TV, you didn't know what really happened until all of a sudden you see Lesnar in the ring. That was like the camera angle they showed, but we could see Lesnar running down the hallway and everything. So that was kind of cool.
Oh yeah, definitely. I
So
remember
Jay
that.
has a tattoo like of palm trees with some people's names in them. Of those are his kids, I'm guessing. Does he have two
Um,
kids or one kid?
I think he has kids.
He has two, I think. I
He's
think he
got
has two
kids.
boys.
He's got kids like Heath Slater.
I think he's got two boys.
Yeah, you also have to remember Jey Uso is almost 40, so yeah.
Yeah,
Wikipedia claims that Jey Uso has two children.
yeah, it's two
Did they
boys.
say the names?
No. Well, hold on. I didn't look.
Oh.
The couple has two sons.
Do we think Jay's winning this, or are they? You guys think
I
Gunther's
think
going to
it's a
keep the
foregone
title?
conclusion Jey is winning this.
You mean they're not
Yes.
going to pull a Cody? He needs to
the,
finish his
the,
story.
the names of Jey Uso's two children are I'm guessing on the pronunciation here.
Jacelyn.
Jacia, Jaciyah, and Jace, Jeyce.
I
Yeah,
think
those were
Jace
the
is the
names on the
older
side.
one,
That was the tattoos on his side.
Yeah.
probably.
Yeah,
I think
they were
Jace is the
palm trees with
one that
the
we've
names in
seen
the
on TV before.
trunk.
Yeah, but again, those are the kind of names that annoy me for a couple of reasons. One, I think they're completely made up, but two, they're obviously just deviations and ways off of his own first name, and I kind of hate people who do that to their kids.
Maybe it's a thing in Samoan culture.
Maybe, but I'm just giving my ultra Americanized point of view on that. So
Oh no, Gunther used the belt. No kidding. He's a villain.
I don't know how there's anything left in Jey Uso, Wade Barrett. Why don't you tell us? You're the analyst.
Now there is a gentleman with an afro, a African American gentleman to be politically correct here, with a afro. The problem is that his afro looks like it's an afro wig, not his actual hair, which I find kind of interesting.
Well, you got to do what you got to do to make your own style and everything.
It probably is his own hair.
as we've seen with
It just
Alicia.
doesn't look like it. It looks like. Of course, we've all come across plenty of people that have afros. It just doesn't look like an actual like. It doesn't look like the hair's coming off his head. It looks like it's a wig.
I didn't see the guy yet.
You'll see him. He's
I'll
like
keep
only a
my
couple.
eye out for him.
He's only a couple rows back. So.
I can't believe you're wearing that spray on afro.
Oh my god! I saw a freaking reel today on Facebook, and it's like before and afters of going on a Mexican vacation. It's a group of Caucasian people, and
Oh,
the
boy.
girls already have slight tans, but they come back looking like brown, like the cut, like I don't even have anything dark enough to color to tell you like a brown crayon, like that dark, like a brown crayon dark. I'm like, that's not a real tan. That's either a tanning booth or it is spray on tan to make yourself look that color. Because unless you go to a tanning booth, I don't care how many, I mean, I guess it's possible, but I have never seen anybody that dark naturally just being out in the sun. And there's a guy, I'm telling you right now, there's a guy that lives up in my neighborhood, and all summer, it's already started. He wears no shirt and is out almost every day, all day. And even he didn't get as dark as those. He doesn't even get as dark as a brown crayon.
It could be a couple things. It could be skin, ethnicity. How your skin handles the sun and starts to bronze yourself with it, sun rays.
Either that, or they use some type of bronzer to make themselves get a darker complexion, like
Probably
with the
could've
sun.
I won't that for a Facebook reel. Who knows?
But they were darker than some light-skinned African American people.
Oh, I see the guy you're talking to. Guy, he's got sunglasses on.
Yes, that's what I mean. Like that doesn't look like a natural afro. It looks like a wig afro.
I wish the cameraman would like zoom in on them, give him a middle finger. That'd be great.
But yeah, I've seen light-skinned African Americans that are not as dark as those people were after their vacation. I was like,
Jesus.
I'm like, that is not good. That cannot be. A lot of people in the comments were like, hello, skin cancer.
Those are the people that like, and I have seen a handful of people with skin of that nature, but it is
Looks like leather.
yes, like
A leather glove.
that is some and people listen. People like it, find it attractive. You just doing a lot of harm to your body.
That was the AEW portion of this match, where they just exchange strikes without really, selling. So,
Yeah.
oh, wait, there's the Macho Man. There's the Macho Man. He's at ringside.
Oh, yep,
yes,
there
I
he
just
is.
saw him.
Yep, he's got white and
blue
black hat on.
You got like a
No,
blue
white,
and silver hat.
well, no, I think it's white and blue.
Oh,
So that makes
looks
me
white
think
and black
it's-
to me.
that makes me think that maybe it's supposed to be reminiscent of his. What do you call it? 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 His. What do you I want to say that was kind of like the color outfit that he wore at WrestleMania 7 in the retirement match against Warrior, but I could be wrong on that.
I know my dad told me that my grandfather, I never met him, but my grandfather used to go out with uh, baby oil and iodine when he tanned
That's some
Well,
to
old
get
school shit right
to
there.
get really tan.
it's funny. I remember there was like a Seinfeld episode, one of the later, less good seasons of Seinfeld, where Kramer started using like butter
What
and like
are you
he
based in a turkey?
well, that was what it was. Like, he was like he like burned himself badly then doing it, but then like Newman thought he tasted good or something. He was like trying to like eat him or something. And like that's how you know that Seinfeld was running out of ideas. I think that's like when Larry David had left the show and everything. So it became less about like the show about nothing and more about like just like absurd situations, you know.
Yeah, and maybe that was my problem with Seinfeld. Like, I never got into Seinfeld. I think it was just one of those shows, like, because it was never telling a story. It was just these random things that each episode never played off itself. Like, I never could get into it because, and some people like that randomness of that show, like because it was so random and there was never a continuing story.
Well,
You
it was
know,
supposed to be about seeing like humor and like discomforting humor, I guess you could say. Um,
We're
and
going
like
for three?
and
Oh
like through like
shit.
the mundanities of everyday life and everything. I think that was always the promise supposed to be.
I do
Well, the
find
Yankee,
if there was some funny moments in it, like when George shows them how to hit some of the Yankees guys how to hit.
yeah, it was like
I
that
was
was
like,
during
what?
like a period where he like wasn't having sex because his girlfriend had mono. And like all of a sudden he became like a savant at all this stuff. And like as soon as he went back to having sex, then he became an idiot again. I think that was that
Oh
episode.
shit.
Well, he tapped out to a rear naked choke,
Well,
technically called the sleeper hold.
that was that was
Weird.
kind of sudden.
He used Samoa Joe's finisher. What is Samoa Joe's finishers?
Well, that was great too. Devin Williams blew a 4-run lead in the ninth inning, and the Yankees just got walked off in the 10th by the
Yep,
Rays.
Jason and Jacia. Yep, that's the names. They just showed a really good shot of his side with his palm tree tattoos. And somebody's probably going to go in the comments, those are not palm trees. I'm like, well, I'm thinking they look like palm trees to me.
We have
No,
people
they
who
could
comment
be.
on shit like that.
Maybe.
What
I don't
what
know.
doesn't people what don't people comment on these days?
There's
Well,
probably a special tree that looks like a palm tree, but it's not a palm tree.
it's funny because we talk
Damn,
about
his chest is red.
people commenting about stuff. 2 years ago, I had a Facebook post that said, "Spoilers for the finale of The Mandalorian." Blah. And Joe, you responded and asked me not what you were expecting. And I said, not really, no. I'd rather not go into more detail. And I'm like, I guess that was the most recent season of The Mandalorian. And it's like kind of funny to think it's been that long since that took place now. But
Yeah.
Yes,
um,
and we're probably not going to get that final season that we were hoping for.
well, they're doing a
We're getting the
movie.
movie next year.
Oh, are we finally?
Yeah.
I remember us initially talking about them supposedly doing a like movie
They're
that like
they're
brings
filming
like
right
different
now.
series to get together.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
so
the
Sigourney
second
Weaver's in it.
the second season
Oh,
of Andor, debuts this coming Tuesday.
Yep.
yes, I'm excited
They're
for
they're
that.
they're releasing 3 episodes a week for 4 weeks to burn off all 12 episodes. I don't quite know why they're doing it like that, but whatever. Um yeah, the Mandalorian and Grogu movie has been put on the schedule for next year, and then they announced this Star Wars Starfighter movie that's going to star Ryan Gosling that's coming out in 2 years, I think.
Yes, I
2027.
saw
Yeah.
that.
And that's supposed to take place. Now, when I saw the name of it was Starfighter, my first thought was that it was going to be in the same general timeline as the Mandalorian, like I think like the previously announced and shelved Rogue Squadron movie was supposed to be. But no, it said this is going to take place 5 years after Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah. So something's definitely has
Yeah. So what I'll find
established itself in that 5-year period after Rise of
right,
Skywalker.
that's what I mean. I'll be interested to see like what the plot is as far as like who were the antagonists and everything. It's like Please just don't say it's like leftover First Order shit or anything that like recycles the concept of the Empire or the First Order. Please let it be something new.
I'm
Hmm.
hoping it's something new.
Yeah. And then they are doing a second season of Ahsoka. I don't know when that's planned to come out.
Jimmy, don't hit your brother. Don't
I
hit
know. I'm
him.
waiting for it. It's
I
coming.
know, you know what I'm saying?
um, I'm hoping it wasn't fan, but I saw something about a Darth Maul.
No, yeah, that's animated.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's going to be animated. Okay.
Yeah, that's
Because
going to
I
be
did
And
an
see it on
anime.
that's
the official Disney thing, and I was like, Disney wouldn't do that, like
and
for
that
fan work up there, right?
that Darth Maul anime is supposed to be off of something that George Lucas specifically wrote.
I
That there
think that's
was
gonna yeah, and I think that's gonna take place in the same time frame as like Solo, because if you remember, Darth Maul had that cameo at the end of Solo, which was setting up a potential Solo sequel, which never happened and probably never will. So I think it's gonna be taking place around that general time
Yeah,
frame.
and I don't know. I like the original. I like. There was parts of Solo that I liked and parts that I didn't like. Um, but I thought it was cool that we got like the story that led up to the 12 parsecs, or this thing and everything like that. I think it's funny to people that are like, a parsec is not a measurement of distance or a measurement of time. It's a measurement of distance or whatever it is, or vice versa. I can't even remember what they say, but I'm like,
Well, yeah, that
just
was
let it
like it's
go. It's
Star
in a
Wars.
movie.
It
Who
could be whatever the
cares?
fuck it wants to be.
right. That was a thing that they always said regarding the original, because that's how Han introduces the Millennium Falcon to Luke and Obi-Wan, is like, it's the ship that made the Kessel Run in less than 12 parsecs. And for years people bitched about that. So when they did the Solo movie, that was something that they showed why it was like that.
So funny. Complain about something that's in a mythical time frame, and how do you know what it really means?
Yeah, but
Look at the little kids with the eating behind them.
it was like that was back in like 1997 when the special editions came out. I think it was maybe the first time SNL ever did this. They recycled the concept many times in recent years, where they did like the unseen Star Wars auditions.
Mm,
And the first one was true, was Christopher Walken auditioning for Han Solo. That's true. Christopher Walken really did audition for Han Solo.
yes.
But all the other ones in it were made up. It was like Barbara Streisand as Princess Leia, Walter Matthau as Obi-Wan, Burt Reynolds as Darth Vader, Richard Dreyfuss as C-3PO, and Jack Lemmon as Chewbacca. Now, what's slightly unfortunate about it, depending upon how you look at the guy now, is that Kevin Spacey was the host for that particular episode. So Spacey did the impressions of Walken as Solo, Matthau as Obi-Wan, and Jack Lemmon as Chewbacca. But his Christopher Walken was pretty hilarious. He was all like, I'm captain of the Millennium Falcon. Chewie here tells me you're looking for passage to the Alderaan system. He's like, fast ship. You've never heard of the Millennium Falcon. It's the ship that made the Kessel Run in less than 12 parsecs. She's fast enough for you, old man. That sucked. I need a minute. Damn it, I had it. And his impression as of Mathau as Obi-Wan, it was all like, they didn't, but we are meant to think they did. Sand people always ride single file to hide their numbers. And it's like, these are the same Jawas that sold us R2 and 3PO. Jawas, what the hell is this picture about anyway? And like some guy starts, I think it was Will Ferrell's voice, is explaining it to him off screen, and he just, after 5 seconds, he gets disinterested, and he's like, "Oh Christ!" Puts a golf club on over his shoulder, just walks off. And then as Jack Lemmon as Chewbacca was like, "Before we get going with this, you mind telling me what the hell one of these Chewbacca things is?" He's like, "Well, it's kind of a space ape." He's like, "Oh, that's fucking terrific! You get me all the way fucking down here from fucking Beverly Hills to audition to to be a space ape. Why don't you let me audition to be Obi-Wan? You got Matthau auditioning to be Obi-Wan. I'd make a terrific Obi-Wan."
Yeah. Oh, good old Kevin Spacey.
Yeah, and
Not so
then
not so good old.
Norm Macdonald's, Burt Reynolds. He was doing his Burt Reynolds, which he always did on
Him
Celebrity
as Burt
Jeopardy.
Reynolds is awesome.
Yeah, they asked him to put the Darth Vader helmet on. So he's like, puts like the top piece on, not the mask, just the helmet piece, and he's like, and they're giving the line where he like starts choking out the guy. He's like, and they're like, he doesn't do anything because he doesn't know what he's supposed to do, and he's like, "Oh, so you want me to?" He's chewing gum too.
Yes.
You want me to,
Burt Reynolds always choosing chewing gum.
you want
Hey,
me to,
Rick Rubin.
you want me
God,
to,
that guy's old.
you want me to, just walk over there, ring the guy's neck? He's like, no, you just kind of sort of twist your fingers. What?
Chris Angel, mind freak, having his
Yeah.
kids look exactly like him.
Pretty much.
And they're like, you just sort of twist your fingers. He's like, I don't get it.
Oh, George Kittle, man. That guy's such a wrestling mark. It's hilarious, but he loves it.
And then he's all like, and then they explain how Darth Vader has the power and everything. And then he's like, Reynolds just goes, let me
He
ask you a
just
question.
chugged that $40 beer.
He's like, let me ask you a question. What kind of car does this guy drive? I have a question looking at that shot. Where the hell is the parking for the fans?
In that parking garage across the street, underneath the highway.
You got to cross that fucking street then?
There's probably like an underpass for pedestrians.
God, I hope so, because yeah, looks at that, it's like, I don't know, it's like, I don't know where the fuck I'm parking, you know?
I have to laugh because I hadn't seen Smokey and the Bandit forever. Like I literally watched that movie
I
for the
love
first
that
time in
movie.
probably like 25 years. So it was like watching it brand new. Like I had never seen it before because it was so long ago. Might even be longer than that.
Maybe longer.
But talking about that, Burt Reynolds in that entire movie as Smokey, or as the Bandit, I should say, he is chewing gum like the entire freaking movie.
Well, you gotta understand. That was part of his appeal. That and the time
I
post
like those movies. They're so much fun. That's that car he drives is one of my favorite cars of all time too.
And I, of course, love how that became Smoking the Bandit became, a punchline for one of the, you might be a redneck Jeff Foxworthy jokes. It was like, it's like, you might be a redneck if you refuse to watch the Academy Awards since Smokey and the Bandit was snubbed for Best Picture. Of course, it wasn't nominated for Best Picture, but that was
because it's a Trans Am, isn't it? That he's driving
Yes.
around Trans Am.
Yep, Pontiac Trans Am.
Yeah, and it's funny all the things that he does with that car. I'm like, where is the damage on that car? There's like so many things that should have caused damage. I'm like, man, they use a lot of prop cars.
They definitely use quite a bit of cars for that.
Well, it was
both movies.
it was a brand new technology that was used for that movie, but unfortunately, they destroyed all the prototypes and they were never able to duplicate it again. It was a self-healing car.
And like the Dukes of Hazzard jump, I'm like, oh come on, rip off Dukes of Hazzard, rip off.
It's like when you would rest units in real-time strategy games, like mechanized units. If you just let them rest behind the lines for a turn.
That's how Knight Rider became so popular. The self-healing car.
Yeah, they're back to full strength.
But between the guy that plays the chief of police from Texas is really funny. That guy's awesome. As far
the guy's acting the whole movie.
Yeah,
Jackie Gleason.
Yeah, Jackie Gleason. The one thing I did find, which was a little disturbing, it is a time period. You got to think of the time when that movie was made, but definitely some racist dialogue in there. I was like, damn. That Jackie Gleason says.
Yeah, there's a couple things. Yeah.
It's like, obviously I don't like that language, but the thing of it is like, it's accurate.
Yeah, it's accurate for that time period, especially from a guy from Texas.
I'm pretty sure it's still accurate today.
Well, yeah,
in certain parts of Texas and
certain parts of the country, particularly the parts of the country depicted in that movie.
Yes. Yes, it's probably still accurate for some people that live in those areas, yes. But it's just, overall, that movie is really good. And
it's very entertaining.
Sally Fields, you get to see a very young Sally Fields in that movie.
I've seen her younger, but no.
And she's what, probably like 19, 20 in that movie?
No, she was a little older than that.
I think she was like 23.
Sally Field was 31 in Smokey and the Bandit.
Really?
31?
She was born in
Wow.
1946, smoking the band that came out in 1977.
Holy shit.
I remember Family
Okay.
Guy doing a joke at her expense related to that. It was one of the Brian Stewie centric
She was
episodes.
attractive back then too. Holy shit.
It was one of the Brian and Stewie centric episodes. They like get like a ride from the bandit, and he's like, they got out of the car, and Stewie says something like, "Thanks for the lift, and enjoy getting a piece of that hot Sally Field ass." And Bandit looks at him and goes, "Hey, I don't like it any more than you do." Drives off.
I have to admit, the New Days, they always come out with cool anime inspired outfits.
Yeah, they're nerds.
That's fun.
I'm glad they're finally bad guys again. I mean, I know it's been a while since they turned bad, but
Well, that's the thing. It's like it was so long ago that they turned heel and everything, and they kind of totally dropped doing anything with them for a while there. And then it's like then they just like, oh, we need to have the tag team titles defended, and so here we go. But
so what are these? These are Saiyan outfits,
these
maybe? I can't tell.
this is
No, probably a
probably,
little Saiyan inspired, yeah.
I would have to think in a lot of ways this is probably the least anticipated match on this whole card, both nights.
Probably because I could care less about the War Riders. Is that what they're called now?
No, I think they're called the War Raiders again.
Uh, but
I
yeah, I
don't
could
know.
care less about them. And New Day's been irrelevant to me for a very long time too. They haven't really been entertaining. They're just there on the card anymore. But yeah, I'm going with Saiyan inspired just because of the way that the arms look like, the arms and the chest looks like. It looks like the Vegeta and like when they invade the planet for the first time kind of armor that they're wearing. It's
Probably
pretty
yes,
cool.
probably definitely is Dragon Ball
All
inspired
right.
stuff.
It's got to be the same guy at all these shows doing it, but you're at a wrestling show. Nobody gives a fuck about how many days it's been since Ohio State beat Michigan.
No.
And
I
I'm
saw
pretty
some
sure
guy driving around with a faded O and a half of Ohio State sticker on the back of his car. I was like, yeah, that makes sense because Ohio State is terrible. Blah blah blah.
and I'm pretty sure most Ohio State fans don't care about how long it's been since they beat Michigan now since they have the fucking trophy.
Yeah,
Yeah, they don't give a shit about that.
A damaged trophy.
Is it?
Oh, you didn't hear about what happened?
No.
They were having their little, ceremonial White House celebration, and
When it comes to
our
Ohio State, no.
our distinguished vice president dropped the trophy and chipped
drop
it
the trophy.
and chipped it
Nice.
apparently.
Wow. Good job, bro.
That's
All the
fucking
more
awesome.
embarrassing considering he represented that state when he was in the Senate.
Yeah, that's freaking awesome.
He dropped the trophy. Jesus God.
If this, with how passionate Ohio State fans are, it's like they should all instantly turn against him. But it's like, no, they wouldn't. So,
Did Ivar at
War
least shave his head
Raiders.
finally?
all right, I'm gonna be completely honest. These guys have been around for a few years now and everything. Different iterations, and because they had to change the name from the War Raiders because they didn't want war in the name of a team for a while there. So that's how they became the Viking Warriors or
The Viking Raiders.
Viking Raiders, whatever the fuck it was. But
Raiders of the Lost Ark.
yeah. So anyway, what I'm trying to say is, to this day, I still don't know which is which.
Ivar's the heavier guy.
Okay, who's got the longer beard?
Ivar.
Okay. Obviously, there's a difference in the weights between the two guys, but I just wanted just kind of pointing out that neither one of them would be exactly called svelte.
I'm feeling a little spent. Nope. He's still rocking that long hair.
Oh,
He
he's
wants to
okay to
pretend he's
throw.
got hair.
Hey,
He's in that Shawn Michaels phase where everything in the back is gone, but he's got to pull it all
Just saw
from the front to the back to make it look like it's there.
I just saw somebody holding up a sign that I think it said, "Hey Ma, I'm live on Netflix." I guess that person is European then.
Oh, it could be, yeah. I was wondering, when I saw,
Unless Netflix US is also showing this live, which I don't.
No, as
I don't
far as
think
I know,
so.
they're not.
I did remember when I saw like the schedule for the week, I kept seeing like Netflix and Peacock being used. And I'm like, why is Netflix doing this? And I'm like, Oh yeah, the European customers. I forgot they changed shit for them too.
Yeah.
I was like, never mind, that makes sense.
Just think, it was 6 years ago already that Kofi Kingston won the title.
And then lost it in 12 seconds.
I was going to say it was 5.5 years ago that Kofi Kingston never got the title back again.
Yeah. So I will say that it's pretty impressive. I think it's pretty cool, not impressive. I think that was dangerous as hell. Let's just throw this very large man on top of these guys. Um,
Yeah, he probably weighs
anyways,
more than both of them combined.
um, I mean, I think his shoulder and arm are thicker than my leg, and
Oh,
not like muscular thicker either. Like
that's just,
I'm sure he's strong, but like that's not a muscular arm by any means. Like, but anyways, not trying to shame him, but just an observation. What I was going to say was more important was the uh, the Clash of Clans that they're doing the thing they're doing with Clash of Clans. There's skins for some of the wrestlers in Clash of Clans now. Cody Rhodes, I think Rhea Ripley, and somebody else. I think.
I saw some commercials for it, but that's one game I've really never tried or got into. I heard people really liking that. They say it's a fun game.
I used to play it when it first came out. I still have it on my phone. I just don't play it very often, just because you upgrade your base, and once you get to a certain level, unless you're paying money, it takes forever to upgrade stuff, like days to upgrade things from
Yeah, that's
certain
how they're
levels. I'm
built.
like, ugh. I'm like, okay, go in and upgrade this. I'll come back in 2 days when it's upgraded, and then pick something else to upgrade. And like,
Yeah,
there's people
that's
that
that
put a
that game's
lot
kind
of
of a
time in.
yeah, it's a money grab to a certain extent.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people that put a lot of time, a lot of effort into constructing these bases, so that essentially you have to be super strategic in order to like defeat their base. Like they actually have team competitions for that, like Clash of Clans. There's like team competitions, and just like there is for Fortnite and everything else. Like I couldn't imagine playing that game for that many hours straight to like as a job. Like at least with like Fortnite and stuff, yeah, you might always have the same weapons, but it's a different experience as far as like the people that you're playing and what they'll do and what you're going to try and do each time. That's what makes that game unique. Still gets boring after a while for the casual player like myself, but at least it's a different experience.
What is
What are you doing?
Hmm? Hmm? Hmm?
Talking to Joseph. Joseph.
No, I don't have you guys up on my screen right now, so
Oh, well, screw you, man.
um
you got
looking
more
for a
important things to
meeting
do than
ID
look at
for
you
Shane?
guys.
Oh, never mind.
So
I
far,
can
this
kind
match
of
has not been bad. It's kind of been what I expected. War Raiders do power moves and throw these guys
Oh,
around, and
yeah,
the
I
New Day
just wanted,
does aerobatics,
yeah,
acrobatic moves.
I just wanted to say real quick. Um, so my take on the first match, meh.
Yeah, it was meh.
It was meh, and I'm sorry, I just did not care for the ending.
well, the ending made Gunther look a little weak by tapping out so quick.
It should have, considering what they did to the story with the story and everything. It's like it felt like the ending should have been built up more. Like it should have been more to it. Should have been much more dramatic than it was. You know, I won't say it was quite as abrupt as the finish to the Becky Ronda Charlotte match, which of course you guys will probably remember at the precise moment that that match ended. I was starting to close my eyes because I was starting to pass out from exhaustion, but. I also just didn't think that was. I also was just like the ending's not going to happen in the next 5 seconds if I close my eyes, and it did. But I just went to cage side seats and just trying to gauge some of the initial reaction because I'm not going to try to like live comment on this board, even though I do that sometimes during the weekly shows, which I won't be doing anymore. Well, no, I can still do it for Raw. Um, but yeah, a lot of people don't seem thrilled in terms of the way it came off and everything. Like one guy
Yeah,
here
I mean, I
said Mania
understand.
30, one guy here said Mania 39 had this locked up, but proud to announce new contender for worst finish of a title match in Mania history. Gotta be better than that. One reply to that said, "Not a new contender. It is the worst finish." And another reply said, "And yet still somehow not the worst WrestleMania match Jey Uso has been in."
Jeez.
Which obviously it was not worse than their match from last year. But it's like
I
we'll
thought it
have
was a
some,
fine match overall, besides the ending.
yeah, like we'll have some fun in a week or two when we see
That
Meltzer's
that
rating.
move was not that great.
When we see Meltzer's ratings and we see like I'm sure the average rating will be much lesser for this show than it was for the last AEW show. Since Meltzer has a fucking orgasm every other AEW match.
So that move
Mm.
wasn't that great. Impressive that he could come off the ropes like that. This guy has a lot of agility. I'm very impressed by that. But when he did the jump, he like elbowed the guys in the belly instead of like in the chest because he couldn't jump that high.
It happens.
Now that could be partially him, and partially that the New Day might have needed to be closer for that. You know,
Yeah, true, true, true.
It's their
so
fault.
it's hard to say it's their fault. According to people we know, it would definitely be the New Day's fault.
Well, no, no, no. When I said they, who did I mean?
I know who you meant.
Pronouns, pal.
Bro, now, oh my God, please no.
Well, no, that's a Vinceism. Bruce Pritchard and Jim Cornette on their podcast, will cite that frequently
Oof.
when they're talking about a subject, and they keep saying like he or she or whatever, and then realize that they could be confusing who they're referring to. So then they'll say the person's name and then just slip into pronouns, pal. Kind of imitating Vince's voice.
Oh God, this is scary.
Uh-oh, he's doing it.
He's gonna Vader it.
Oh my God, he almost died. Like he almost didn't get
Uh,
around. Like he started going backwards before he even jumped up.
I mean, yeah, it wasn't clean looking or anything like that, but I don't think he came close to killing himself.
My daughter's bored. What should I do with that? A
Here,
teenage girl that is bored.
tell her to figure it out.
Yeah, really.
Use your
Joe
imagination.
says figure it out.
Go bother.
Use your
Go,
imagination.
go bother her brother.
I'm sick and I
Her brother's at a drive-in movie at Shankweiler's.
Oh,
Eh, pick a movie to watch.
I guess tonight would
Find
be a
something
decent
fun to
night.
watch.
I guess tonight would be a decent night for that. I think it was a warm day today. I say I think because I didn't
Take
go
some
outside.
medicine.
Fucking
Okay.
Yeah, it
crap.
was in the low. It was in the mid 80s. Like up to like 85 today down here.
I think it was like
You
upper
can have ice cream
70s
if you
here,
want
which
ice
is the
cream.
warmest it's been in a while. Maybe all
Find a
year.
movie that you want to watch.
Shit, we've had a day. It's already been in the 90s already, and that was in April.
Not that.
Well, we were still getting like pretty cold weather last
Yeah,
week, so I
TV
think the
14.
cold weather's finally over.
Yeah.
But because
I
of
was
my
just saying
crack,
earlier this month.
Tell me what movie.
I was intending to go over to the hospital to the lab to get blood work done this morning.
Okay.
But when I woke up, my stomach was bothering me, so I'm like,
And like like a typical
So-
teenager, I say, tell me what movie, and then she tells me, she starts saying stuff through the door, like I can hear her telling me what she's telling through the door.
Well, you should have been able to. You're her dad. You should be able to understand her voice.
ears that amplify everything they
I have super good hearing, but I can't
Yeah.
understand mumble talk through a door.
Well, okay, I'm sorry. I find that unacceptable. I think by this point in her life, you should recognize what her voice is saying through closed doors. No, but yeah. So I don't really want to drive my car because of the cracked windshield, even if it's just really across the street, essentially, because they're not coming till Monday. But Monday morning, I'm going to have to go to get lab work done because I'm going to work from home again on Monday. And by working from home, I mean pretty much just sit around here and do nothing because I still don't have really enough stuff that I can do on my own. And
Oh, really?
I didn't go in yesterday either because again I didn't want to drive the windshield. And I told my boss, I'm like, hey, you said I got to talk to you when I see you again.
Wow.
Just to let you know everything that's kind of going on with me right now, so you don't get the wrong ideas and shit. Because I told him I was having personal issues. But I was like, yeah. So yesterday,
Okay, another weird
my
finish.
windshield's cracked.
And the New Day's running like scared women.
Well, yeah, because
I shouldn't say that.
cheated.
Like scared punks.
Two
cheated,
matches
so yeah.
and two title changes.
Will we get? Ah, shit. I don't remember which matches are on the card tonight.
You're the one who's supposed to have that info up, sir.
Yes, I know. I apologize. Go fuck yourself.
I apologize for my phrasing. Sometimes I use the wrong phrases, and that's not really what I meant.
There is only there's two other title matches tonight, and I could see either of those matches going either way, frankly. So
Interesting title change for this.
I'm not surprised. I mean, again, with the way that they turned New Day's heel and had that nuclear heat on them for a few weeks, they should have done something to capitalize sooner when you come right down to it.
Yeah.
But it's funny, like, Cornette even said on his most recent podcast about how weak tag team he feels the tag team wrestling scene is in AEW right now. And he goes, but then you get to WWE and you realize it can be worse. And it's like, I think it's been fine.
Oh, there is a new character
I think
that
it's
would
been
like
fine
to
on,
join the men.
I think it's been fine on SmackDown, but it's the Raw tag team title, the Raw tag
I shall let him in.
is definitely shitty right now. What?
I thought I did.
Maybe you did.
What the hell are
I
you
sit
talking?
admit,
All right,
but he must submit to our ways.
You guys are just battling your head off like a bunch of schoolgirls.
What?
Bunch of schoolgirls.
I'm trying to make good points, and you guys are, blah blah blah.
Oh, the Undertaker's in it too.
Who isn't in it at this point?
I don't know.
You were supposed to say your mom, Jeremy.
Oh, they got a Rey Mysterio and a Bianca one too, like skins. And they made Cody Rhodes look like Hulk Hogan. It's really weird.
When it comes crashing down and it hurts inside.
It says that he's still in the waiting room and it says joining.
Well, I'm going to abscond because I need to go get some more refreshments.
You don't need any more refreshments. You just
Yes,
need
I
to look at
do.
our
This is
sexy
as much
faces.
soda as I have left. And I want
Eat
some
a
chips.
Snickers, oos.
Eat a Snickers, brother.
And
I
yeet.
don't have any Snickers. I only have Cadbury cream eggs.
Well, that works. Yes, we still got to do our Mount Rushmore for candy bars then too.
The interactive immersive experience. That's interesting. That looked cool. It made it like where you were sitting. It made it like seem like you were right next to the ring.
Those new places like that are fucking awesome. Like they are really cool. I'd go
They need to
there
get
to
one of
watch
tho-
a pay-per-view.
They need to get one of those around here, and then maybe we could podcast live from one of those places.
That would be some shit. That would be fucking fun, dude.
Okay. So several.
Oh.
Bro, take the number 3
Ice Cube
tag
Jr.
off the belt.
So several. I guess SNL isn't live tonight.
Nobody likes Michael Che, anyways.
I still
do.
find it hysterical that at the WrestleMania we went to 6 years ago at MetLife, WrestleMania 35,
Yeah.
that Michael Che and Colin Jost were in the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal, on the pre-show. And the night before on SNL, they made absolutely no mention of it. Like, they didn't do anything to promote it. They didn't do anything to say, hey, we're going to be at WrestleMania tomorrow, so.
Yeah, that is kind of funny when you mentioned that.
I'm sorry, I still just found that utterly hilarious. And they were like some of the last guys in the ring too, if I recall. So, All right. So you
Shane's
guys
having
see
some
this
technical
thing?
difficulties.
You guys see this thing?
Yeah, it's
Gatorade.
called
Water
water.
sucks.
They gave this to me a couple months ago in one of my grocery orders. Like, I didn't order it. I think they were giving it to me as like a promo kind of thing. They've done that every once in a while. So I've gotten tired of it, like, constantly like half falling out of like the one compartment on my refrigerator door when I open it. So I'm finally going to drink it tonight.
So
It's one of those odd-shaped bottles, man.
It takes.
Yeah, look at the size of this damn thing. It's bigger than my. Okay, I won't finish that thought.
It takes a water bottle falling out of your refrigerator to drink it.
No. It takes a water bottle half falling out, especially when there's no bottle of soda there to block it, over a period of several months for me to finally say, enough's enough, I'm drinking the damn thing.
Well, thanks for joining us, Shane Omania. We appreciate it.
What's going on, guys?
Shane, what have you thought of the show so far?
The wrestling's been terrible. It's been really bad.
I wouldn't say terrible, but I would say uninspiring.
Okay, yeah, I'll go with that. I'm not looking forward to the women's matches because we all know how.
Which is coming up.
Yep.
I mean, okay, I will be fully honest. This is one of the matches, assuming that they're going to the Jade Naomi match now. that I am most intrigued to see, just to see how horrible it is. Because again, I'm just not
I want to see how
expecting
this
good.
is how they scripted all this, how they planned this out, because I just don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
it's
mean, Naomi's not exactly a ring technician of the highest degree, and again,
Nope.
there's a reason Jade has had precious few, if any, singles matches since she's been in WWE.
A spot and
I don't think
clean up
she
the
has.
mess if you make one.
I don't think she has.
I can't think of
Yeah,
one,
it's
but I also don't
PG-13.
remember the
You're,
shit
you're
anymore.
14 now.
So.
You're okay for PG-13.
But I mean, I guess we can all be happy that
Well,
Nia
no,
Jax isn't
nobody
on the
said you're
card.
cool.
I'm
So we,
ecstatic that Nia Jax is not on the card, especially when I see all these people who online who are all like, "She's getting so much better," and I'm like, "No, she hasn't."
no,
I said she's been booked better, but that doesn't mean her skill has improved.
not at all. Um, but no, I've been watching along. The yeah, these two, I don't know. It's not up to WrestleMania par, these matches so far.
So, question for you, Shane, because I know
Oh,
you were a Penn Argyle graduate, correct, sir?
yeah,
So, what year did you graduate in?
03.
'03. Okay, so that coach was not there when you were there. Okay. I was just wondering, the head coach for the basketball team resigned this year, and he was there for 12 years.
Hmm.
So, I was
What
trying to
was
see the
his name?
timeline.
What was his name?
Crap. I'd have to look up the article that I found. Let me look up the article. I'll let you know. It was a brief, like, 2-line article about his resignation.
Oh, I'll find it. Hey, Jeremy, did you see that they found that missing girl?
Yes, I did.
She was in Georgia or something.
Interesting. Michael Morris was the head coach.
Yeah, I don't know that name.
Nope.
Penarja loves to hire, former students and everything. So I was wondering if maybe it was somebody who I might have a name I might have known.
Well, he was. He mentioned that it was nice to come back to his alma mater after so many years and coach there. So he evidently went there at one point in time. I mean, he looked like he was probably close to 50 in his 50s. So,
Oh, okay.
older
Well,
than us.
Yeah, it was like 5. If he's in his 50s and he's got 5 to 10 years on me, yeah.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't.
It's
All right,
weird
Owen
seeing
Hart.
Naomi go into like this
She couldn't even
weird,
do the
weird,
fucking
evil,
thing.
like evil heel thing she's doing.
I like the fact that she's doing the caution tape like Owen Hart. Throwback.
Yeah,
Dude, the way she
give her
was
kudos
wearing
to
it,
that.
the way she was wearing it last night was horrible. Thank God they've toned back on it tonight. But yeah, I'm not buying Naomi's psycho heel.
Why not?
Especially when her like catchphrase is "proceed with caution."
I must say, I do. Is everybody doing a Dragon Ball Z theme? Because those shoulder pads are like very Dragon Ball Z ish too.
Yeah, all these kids today watch too much fucking anime when they grew up instead of watching, fucking Super Friends cartoons like I do.
I started watching anime in my 30s.
Single thing wrong with anime. You want to talk about fake boobs? That's where you get a lot of fake boobs.
I don't think Naomi's are fake. I mean, she's obviously wearing something that's pushing them up.
I was talking about the anime.
Anime.
Sorry. I missed that part. Sorry.
Go back to sleep.
I'm in my own world. You're going to have to just deal with that.
Uh,
According to Wikipedia, because I always love to update this stuff as we watch these shows live. The
Indeed.
Jay Gunther match went 16:30, and the tag match went 9:15. Over on this match, 5 minutes.
Yeah, this should not go
this
long.
match should not last longer than 5 minutes. It should be Naomi gets in like 3 offensive moves, and then Jade just destroys her and pins her.
Jim Cantor.
The
Okay,
storm tracker when they're in a fucking dome. Okay, bro.
Okay, Jim.
My guess is this has to do with Jade Cargill being a storm to reckon with coming through.
Okay, Jim. I
Yeah.
love you. I've loved watching you for years on the Weather Channel while hurricanes are pelting down on top of you. I really hope you got a nice payoff for doing this bullshit.
I will do this for $2 million. No more, no less. Because this is dumb.
Wow, that was her. Okay. Who? I don't know who thought of that, but
Yeah, but
whatever.
also like you said, the other biggest problem with this match is
Everything.
what
Oh,
have
she's
they
descending. She's descending like she's Storm from the
X-Men.
X-Men.
actually, that was just a graphic, but
I know, but still.
yeah. But no, again, what I was trying to say is the biggest problem with this whole program since they started it is what have they done to make you actually think Naomi has a snowball chance in hell of winning this match?
I do like Jade's outfit.
Jade has pretty much
cool.
dominated it.
Interesting hair she has going on.
Yeah, I was gonna
Well,
say Jade's outfit looks good and she looks great as always. I mean, she's a completely impressive looking person. But yeah, I'm like, I don't know if I would have gone with that hairstyle today.
Up until right that second, she looks less muscular than she was looking.
Yeah, now that you mentioned that, I was just thinking it. So
She's not on a supercut right now.
I'm not
She
sure
had-
if she's wearing a wig. That might be her actual hair.
what are you saying? She's on one of her off cycles?
Oh my God.
Did she
Oh,
just say
damn it.
her own name?
I think
Yes.
you did. Damn it!
It's all right. I saw Chelsea Green singing her own freaking theme song as she came down to the ring last night. I'm like, you're lame. Nobody sings their own theme song.
Matt Cardona
Chris
was at the
Jericho
Hall of
does.
Fame with her last night
What's
too.
that?
Chris Jericho does.
Well, Jericho's a dork.
No, Jericho's a douche.
Well, I wasn't
Wrong
going to be that
D-word.
harsh on him, but yeah, he is.
Okay, I'm trying to. I only just noticed that like the apron or the ring mats got the promotional consideration paid for by the following spots on it, and I'm looking to see if one of them is for Real American Beer, and I can't tell yet.
I didn't see it. No.
All right, the
I don't-
over/under on some of the caution tape coming off of Naomi's outfit.
I think
It
it's
looks like
part of
it's
it.
taped on there.
No, I think that's the fabric.
I think it's
Maybe
part
it's
of the
sewn
outfit.
on.
Yeah, I don't think that's like hanging off tape.
Hey, Great American Beer is going to be selling at Walmart. Yeah.
You mean Real American
That's
Beer?
because it's trash.
You mean Real American Beer, right?
Yeah, the real American
Yes.
beer.
But is it really real American? Let's be honest.
Is it brewed in this country? I think it still probably is, but I mean, but
I haven't
okay.
even looked. I
Let me
forget
just say
what
this.
I
For
forget what beer
years,
distributor he uses.
Budweiser has always billed itself as like being America's beer and everything, even after Anheuser-Busch sold to a foreign company, which kind of meant that you can't say that anymore to me. I've always found Budweiser to be shit. So
Yeah, it's terrible.
I can drink Bud
Scudweiser.
Light, but I can't drink regular Budweiser.
it was funny, like
Scudweiser.
back when I was still a little kid, my grandfather used to give me sips of beer, and he drank Michelob fairly often. And this one, Michelob had like the bottles that kind of went like this.
What is Firewalk? Hot
They
spicy
didn't have
Firewalk.
they didn't have like the
Nissan.
thin neck.
It's
They had like the wide
ramen.
neck.
Yeah,
But I remember
I
having
noticed that when I
Michelob
saw the
once.
Nissan like emblem. I was like, oh, it's their ramen.
Sorry
I
about
had I had Michelob once, like several years ago, and I thought it was shit. And I was like, oh yeah, that's right. They're owned by
Michelob
Budweiser
Ultra
now.
64 is pretty decent for a light beer, at least.
I could do Michelob Ultra Light. Normal Michelob, no.
Bud Light, I could drink.
That's
Regular Bud, hell no. And back when I was in college, they made Bud Ice.
Yeah.
That was one of the two worst beers I've ever tasted in my life.
They made Bud Ice because Natty Ice was so popular at that time. That's when they were in the ice beer phase, and ice beer had a
There's
little
still
bit more
people that
alcohol
drink Natty
content
Ice.
in it, and it was like smoother to like drink, so you can drink more of it.
This
Yeah,
match
but-
is terrible.
Jay Cargill did the boob check.
Bud
Make
Ice.
sure the boobs are inside the wardrobe. No malfunctions yet.
Bud Ice was one of the two worst beers I ever had in my life. They were both when I was in college. The other one, Stroh's.
You know, and so one of the things I think is unfortunate
Wow.
for the women, because a lot of the women do wrestle in essentially a bathing suit. Well, let's just call it what it is, essentially a bathing suit.
There's one.
They constantly have to be worried about stuff falling out. You
Okay.
never
Yeah.
see the guys do, and even though the guys are essentially wrestling in a bathing suit bottom, you never see the guys do a oops, got to check to see if the guys fell out. Kind of, it's just very unfortunate for the women.
Okay, guys, help me out here.
What?
Yes,
Her
Is
spine.
is it part of like her outfit, like it's like a
Yes.
transparent back thing, or does she have like a jutting spine?
Okay,
No,
I was
it's
thinking
the
the same
outfit.
thing.
Okay, I was like, because it's really starting to bother me because I'm like, oh my
Yeah.
gosh, it looks like her spinal cord is trying to pop out of her back.
on which person, Jade Cargill?
On
Yeah.
Jade. But I,
Oh,
but,
yeah,
I'm saying, but then I was starting to notice that I think it was part of an outfit that's just transparent. So
Yes,
Yeah,
it's
it's
the
like that sheer material that matches her skin color.
Oh, it's probably that middle part to keep the lightning bolts on.
Yeah.
No, that's attached to the bottoms. I'm wrong. This match
right
is
now.
so
I got
bad.
Naomi on top of Jade Cargill.
yeah,
Yeah.
this match has been slow and plotting, and it's been nothing.
Yep.
I mean, it's like I'm one of the people who thinks that most modern wrestling goes too fast. This is too slow. And again, I think we all know why it is that way.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate. They want Jade Cargill to have a longer match, which I think makes sense.
But
But
this is not the
to
person to do it with.
well, to protect her by having a slow paced match like this with Naomi, who's normally fast and running all over the freaking place, is really odd, and it's not making for a good match for either of them right now. Like if this was Jade Cargill against,
Nia.
yeah, Nia Jax, it would make more sense that it was slow, methodical.
I
We
mean,
don't expect to see Nia Jax running like a bat out of hell all over the place.
it does make me wonder what they're going to do with Jade after this because I still think that there could be more to Bianca actually having been behind the attack on her and everything. Because I don't know if you listen if you were paying attention or watched SmackDown last night, but the segment between the women in that match tomorrow, Bianca was getting a pretty good dose of booze.
Yeah. Well, I saw the highlights. Yeah, she definitely was.
Yeah, that's why I typed in our group chat, "Boo Yanka."
Booyah. I thought you were trying to go with something with Rey Mysterio and Bianca together.
Yeah, after I like typed it in and sent it, I'm like, this might not be extremely apparent. It looks
Booyaka Banka.
Naomi could barely be trouble to run across the ring there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like that, seriously.
Oh,
that
oh, she
ser-
almost
impressive.
dropped her, but she didn't. She powered her up.
like Naomi.
Jack
And that's
Hammer.
not easy to do. So yeah.
And she kicks out of that. Oh boy. But no, seriously, the way Naomi just like ran to the turnbuckle there, borderline sabotage-ish to me.
All right. What does Jade
Is it
Cargill call her
fair
finishing move?
Is it fair to say that currently Jade is the female version of the Ultimate Warrior?
I wouldn't. Don't go that far yet. There's still some upside to Jade Cargill.
In terms of
people
like,
liked-
Ultimate Warrior was never
terms
going to
of the
go
ring
beyond
work,
that peak.
And people like the Ultimate Warrior.
I mean, I like Jade, but I'm just waiting for her
I'm
to like.
indifferent towards her. I don't dislike her. I
I'm
don't
waiting for
love
that
her.
switch to flip with her for her to be like, just start kicking
God.
ass.
Like this was
What-
so bad. Like that
what-
was just that exchange right
Are you
there
guys
where Jade
watching
walked
this?
away and then walked back. Like that was so bad, and I don't blame that on her. Like, and I'm not blaming her for that. And you know why? Because Naomi could have done something to bring her to the ropes again instead of just letting her walk away and then randomly walk back.
they just did like essentially the same spot twice with like Naomi basically coming off the turnbuckle into, or with Naomi coming off the turnbuckle into Jade and Jade doing a power move as a response.
Right. And this is to get Jade,
What
with
the
that power.
What's happening?
And that's like the third kick to the head where Naomi like uses her flexibility. I don't know who I feel worse for. If I feel worse for
What?
Jade or if I feel worse for Naomi.
Was she
Neither.
just trying to
I was
do?
so weird switcheroo there.
Was she just trying to do the flying ass as I call it on the top turnbuckle?
Yes.
Oh, the Starship Pain kind of. Except without the
Oh, I'm like
Spin.
to me that was like RVD's split leg.
That's yeah. You're right. You're right.
Jade's pantyhose are cut. They're broken. Throw
Oh
those in the trash.
no.
Those are no good anymore.
Goody, let's have wardrobe malfunction. I want to see boobs on live TV.
She's one that has a big age difference between her and her husband,
Who's that?
Jade.
Oh, is her husband much older than her?
Yeah.
But they're both
He's-
in the like they're
he's,
both
like
like physical fitness people, right?
Yeah,
If I
he's a
remember.
former Major League Baseball player. He played for the Reds. Shortstop or second base.
Now every time somebody says shortstop, all I can think about is the skit, not the skit, the part in the movie where why can't I think of it's I can't even think of what movie
I
it's
want to
from,
say his name, but I want to make sure I'm correct.
Oh yeah, she's married to Brandon Phillips.
Yeah, that's it, Brandon
Ah.
Phillips. Yep. Yeah, he's in his 40s and she's like, she's not even 30 yet.
He's going to be 44 in June. She will be 33 in June.
Oh, she's 33. Okay.
Hey, it's not as bad as the age difference between Zoe Stark and the guy that she's with.
Who's she
Uh-oh.
with? I
I
forget.
think a lightning bolt came off.
Yeah. God, this is so bad. The electric chair.
So slow, it's moving too slow. And Naomi's not even selling it like, oh my god, I'm going up.
Yeah, I know.
Ooh, that did not look good. It was cool, but it did not look good. It looked ow. That looked owies. Hey, the Beth Phoenix move.
Yep. It's called Jaded.
That
Good.
match lasted longer than it needed to.
But every time I hear shortstop now, I can't help but think of the movie that had Adam Sandler in it, Rob Schneider. Why can't I think of the guy from Mr. Deeds that played the butler in Mr. Deeds?
John.
Shit.
John
John Turturro.
Yes.
John Turturro's in, and he's telling these guys how to play baseball. And the Asian guy's like at the shortstop position. He's like,
Oh.
shortstop. Yes, that'll be your name. You are shortstop.
Yeah. I know
He's
what
like
you're
changing
talking
the
about.
rules every time.
Jade does have a twin brother.
Wasn't that where the possibility of her not really being a woman came into play or something like that? I remember hearing
Yes.
those rumors before.
Yeah. Yeah, he's also very jacked.
Like this move right here,
Off the
Getting-
shoulders, turning around for the power bomb thing was cool.
it was cool, but it looked like she looked like she landed awkwardly. But what I didn't like about that particular move was not necessarily how she landed. That didn't look good to me. But is Naomi did not sell the fact that she was scared about going up in the electric chair.
Yeah.
Like
They
that's
all do that. They all do that. I have not seen like one person in a long time act like
What?
that they were like trying to fight out of it or anything like that. Nobody ever does that
excuse
anymore.
me.
Zoe Stark, by the way, I was saying it. She's 31. The guy that she's with is 55.
yeesh.
Who is
Hey,
she
each their own,
with?
whatever.
That baseball movie is The Ridiculous Six, and it's just a scene from that movie.
Oh yeah, the Ridiculous Six. That's why I've seen the Ridiculous Six. That movie's funny.
Pat, who is she dating? Who is this dude?
Some former wrestler and instructor named Tom Howard.
Interesting.
Evidently, he was not a big time wrestler.
No, he as a veteran competitor and instructor. Oh, okay. He is best known for his Green Beret role in K1 and Pro Wrestling 01 Max in Japan. As a veteran competitor and instructor, he has worked for WWF as a wrestler instructor, WCW as a wrestler. I don't remember him in WCW. Pro Wrestling 01, Universal Fighting Arts Organization, K1, Cage Rage, IFL, All Japan, Pro Wrestling Noah, Inoki
Was that
Jinam
Megan Thee
Federation,
Stallion?
Hustle, AAA, and UPW.
I think so. Isn't it the?
Oh,
Yes,
look, guys,
the Megan
SummerSlam
Thee
is in
Stallion.
Jersey, 2 nights. We can do that.
I ain't freaking going to SummerSlam for freaking 2 nights. You got to be outside your freaking mind. WrestleMania's the only one that gets my attention for 2 nights in a row.
If I didn't
At
have
least
to
going to it.
drive, maybe, but you know.
It's New Jersey. We'll be in dirty Jersey.
No comments about Dirty Jersey. I think your comment says it enough. All right, I will be stepping away for a moment. This man must use the potty.
Thanks for that.
Breaking the seal already.
You didn't need to tell us that. You gotta just go.
I gotta tell you, our
No, you
fans
don't.
need to know where I'm going.
No, you don't.
There's a
Very
lot of things
important.
that we don't need to say, but we do anyway.
I have no idea who that is.
Yeah, I don't know who that is either. But this is the new WWE. We will show anybody who I don't know who that is but I'm not a rap listener, so
Yeah.
but it's like this is the new WWE. Anybody who's remotely famous, we will show.
Yeah. I think I should Macaulay Culkin.
The Wi-Fi is booming. That globe thing is just so badass.
It's called the Sphere, Joe, and you know it.
Yeah, I don't care. It's still a globe of a thing.
Joe, did you know we have a bunch of people at Allegiant to make sure everything goes fine?
I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
I thought it was hilarious last night. I was watching well, I watched it this morning, but when I was watching the replay of the Hall of Fame, that Logan Paul was sitting next to L.A. Knight. I was like,
Yeah.
what are you two guys sitting next to each other for?
Breaking kayfabe.
A bit. I'm looking forward to this match. I want Jacob to win. Jacob's just a fucking beast.
Yeah. I do like LA Knight making fun of him, though.
L.A. Knight's really good too.
Yeah. LA Knight's on the older side, too. I think
He
he's
is.
only he's a little bit younger than you, right?
You're trying to make a specific comment by making that gesture, sir.
Maybe.
Actually, I have the WWE rosters right here
I
and
know you're
with their
saying you're an old
ages.
fuck.
What?
I think you're saying you're an old fuck.
Yeah, I
Kinda.
know what he's trying to say.
LA Knight is a 42.
So, Joe, I told you I got a new webcam and microphone to do this.
Yes.
I haven't touched it since I got it, and I tried setting it up before I jumped on here. No dice. Like I couldn't get anything to connect. I'm like, all right. I tried it for like 40 minutes. I'm like, this is not working.
What did you get?
Um, so I got a little uh this little thing
Okay.
that I somehow was not working. Um, and I got come on, where we at? Mike. Couldn't figure that out either. So one of these days maybe that's what I'll do tomorrow after Easter. Is that Paul Rudd bringing back his he was in an old school like Game Boy commercial back in the early 90s.
Hmm.
I think that's what he was trying to do right there ish with the Switch.
He just keeps coming forward. This might be
Uh,
another match where title changes hands because I really think Jacob's winning this match.
Probably. Pat, you're unusually quiet right now.
I'm typing something.
Okay.
He's focused.
No, now Chief, I'm in the zone.
No, I'm in the Cult of Cornet Facebook group, and somebody posted an article from Variety talking about Lacey Von Erich, Carrie Von Erich's daughter, complaining about the way her father was depicted in the Iron Claw movie. And apparently she's making these comments in an upcoming episode of Investigation Discovery's docuseries Hollywood Demons.
That's actually a good show. I just
And
watched the
yeah,
one today about Power Rangers.
It says here it's going to air on Monday. It says it's going to air on Monday. And all I'm saying is, after reading like what
It's on streaming already.
Well, all I'm saying is like what I'm, based upon her quotes in the article, I'm just saying did she make these complaints when the movie came out? Because I don't remember that she did. And while her complaints are valid in that they didn't depict Carrie Von Erich as being a family man, like, his wife and daughters are not in the movie at all, there was also no place in that movie for his wife and daughters to be characters. I mean, fucking David and Mike Von Erich were barely characters in the movie, and the movie was supposed to be about the brothers. So, I'm just saying, like, if somebody really wanted to properly tell the Von Erich story in film, it would have had to have been like a 4-hour two-part movie, which would never get released theatrically or anything like that. You'd have to have a streaming service commit to it. And
That's a dope mask. I'm digging it.
And I was going to say the complete opposite.
So that show,
so I'm just saying, it's like, yes, your complaints are valid, but I don't remember you making them when the movie was brand new out in theaters a year and a half ago.
I
I
actually do remember hearing something about that.
Okay.
Let's be honest. That movie, The Iron Claw, was mainly about the dad and Kevin.
And Zac Efron.
I mean, it was supposed to be about the relationship with the brothers and the relationship with their father, but like I said, David's barely in the movie before he dies. Mike, you don't the only two people in the movie who came off as remotely well-rounded characters were Kevin and Fritz, and maybe Kevin's wife, but the rest of them were all pretty one note, and there wasn't really a lot of depth to them in a lot of ways. They downplayed the effect that drugs had on their downfalls. I mean, like, there was a couple scenes, but like not really enough to really kind of hammer home that was the problem in a lot of ways. I mean, like, they leave out that one of the reasons Carrie probably killed himself was because he was probably about to go to jail for what I think they were saying was essentially drug trafficking, even though I don't think he was really trafficking. I think he was just caught with a lot of shit.
Mhm.
So yeah, like I said, I have a lot of complaints about that movie. The portrayal of Ric Flair being chief among them. That guy was fucking awful. I could have
Yes.
done a better Ric Flair impression than that guy.
You guys were talking about LA Knight and Jacob Fatu in this match. LA Knight's promo last night was freaking spectacular. That was a awesome promo that he did.
I don't
At
think
least
I'm
in my
paying
opinion.
attention.
I didn't see it. I have to go back and watch all the promos from last night.
He's
So-
probably my favorite person on the mic right now.
He's
Like,
good. He really is.
He knows how to talk. He knows how to get a crowd to react to what he's saying without having to make it super intentional, like, or make it sound scripted that this is what he's got to say. Like, he's very natural on the mic, where a lot of guys that currently are on the mic are not. Like, I'm sorry, I don't think Seth Rollins is very good on the mic. Like, I think he's okay. I think he can hold his own. But I would not say he's one of the better people on the mic in this day and age. If you look across all companies.
He's above
like-
average for sure. Oh, look at this
Nice.
Maserati. All right,
Yeah,
LA
that's
Knight.
nice.
I think Rollins is actually one of the better guys on the mic. The only thing that Rollins does on the mic that annoys the shit out of me is the "I am a revolutionary."
Hey.
That is so meaningless.
That car is badass, but just think about it. In 3 years, it'll be worth buying.
It would have been better if he was driving it, though, instead of having, a backstage guy driving it for him. They probably had to do that. They're like, you cannot drive this car for legalities.
I was gonna say for legal insurance purposes and shit like that, they're probably like, yeah, no, you're gonna have somebody drive the car. Yeah.
The
We
reason I
cannot
say
trust
that
you
is
to not speed up the ramp.
that Maserati is the most depreciated car for like the past 7 years. Those cars go for like 90 to over $100,000, and you can go right now to used car lots and buy one anywhere from $28,000 to $36,000
Nice.
with low miles
Noted.
and everything.
I always wanted a Maserati. Not really.
I actually do. There's like two styles that I really like.
Maserati is.
I like them. They're cool. They're nice looking vehicles, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm not at all a car person, but I will say every Maserati I've ever seen, I've thought, wow, that is a nice looking car.
Yeah. I would not want to own one just for the sheer fact I feel like somebody would definitely try and steal that bad boy from me.
That and replacement parts are probably an arm and a leg as well.
Not that expensive, actually.
Joe, not that expensive. It's
You know
not
what,
like
Joe?
Listen.
owning
Let
a
the narrative
Volkswagen, sir.
play.
Listen. Do you want to know why I know? It's because there's one car channel that I follow, and they were talking about this, and it cost the yearly maintenance on that car is the same amount as it is on a BMW or a Mercedes. So
Oh,
it's
so they're
not.
made cheaply. That's why they depreciate. They're not made
Nah.
with quality
You know
parts.
what? It's weird though. The funny part is about it is like no one really knows why that car depreciates so bad. It has a six-cylinder engine that has a turbo, has enough horsepower. It's a fancy styling. The inside of it looks fancy in some aspects and looks kind of cheap in others, but it's weird. Like no one really knows why this car is depreciated.
My
Like the
daughter's coming
one
down.
when I was looking for a new car, um, the one model that I like, it was a 2021. When it was brand new, it was $108,000. The car dealer was selling it for $26,000
Yeah, there's a head right there.
There's an
with only 40
interloper.
with only 40,000 miles. Oh, we have a new fan who wants to watch WrestleMania
Yeah,
with us.
she comes down. I told her we were watching WrestleMania and we were going to be podcasting.
Click.
Yeah, and she goes, it didn't click. She goes, are you watching WrestleMania? I said, yeah. She's like, oh, I want to watch.
See, it didn't click because she's a teenager. She doesn't really
She
hear everything
didn't
you
really pay
say.
attention. All she
She
heard is,
hears
okay,
you,
it's just
but
me
she's
and
not
dad home for the
listening
night.
to you. That's the problem. My son does that to me all the time. He hears me, but doesn't listen to me.
Oh yeah, but
Yeah.
by the way,
Tomorrow
Jeremy,
night.
I saw the latest fundraising post, and if things were normal for me right now, I definitely
It's
would.
all right. I don't ever expect anybody to give us money for that kind of stuff.
No, but I mean, like, it's a good thing to, especially when it's a friend, But again,
Tomorrow night. Last match.
I just can't do anything like that right now. I'm still
He only
trying
wants to
to,
watch John Cena. So
I'm still
Oh,
trying
it's
to
tomorrow.
basically figure out a way where I can, still buy groceries and gas and keep most of my streaming services because
well, I'm a
God
very
knows I
good
can't live
budgeter.
without those.
I'm a very good budgeter. You just call me and I will work it out there, homie.
Well, I mean, the problem is I had a budget. The problem was I didn't really wasn't budgeting properly for some time, and I was paying too much for shit. Like I paid for cable way too much for cable for way too long. After moving in here, I was really
Cable's a
stupid
bad
about that.
idea.
Yeah, it was really dumb. I mean, it's like it was great, but it was like, yeah, I definitely wasn't getting the value, and it took me way too long to change that. So that's one thing that cost me more money than it should have, and
I'll tell you how
just not being
bad
careful enough.
how expensive cable is. My parents, and this probably, and I don't know if your parents, Pat, still do, or Joe, if your parents still do,
My parents
but
have
my
direct
even
TV.
what's that?
My parents have direct TV. I have no idea how much they pay for. It's not my business. So
Probably
But
too much,
even my
honestly.
dad got to a point. He's like, we pay all this money for cable, and we barely watch cable.
yeah, one of these
So
days,
he was like, "Yep, we're going to go to streaming services." And that took a lot from to hear my dad and my parents essentially say we're going to go streaming. I was like, "Wow, the
I
world
would
is
yeah,
like my
coming
parents
close
to,
to an
but
end."
unfortunately, my
one of
dad is not very electronically literate, so he will always mess something up, and then my phone will
You
always
gotta
be
you gotta go fix
ringing every
Joseph.
other day.
Joseph,
Yes.
I turned the TV on, but it's just black.
yeah,
Hey,
I don't know. I
listen,
don't know.
I'm gonna tell you a quick story. Quick story. They got a new TV. It's an LG brand, like my TV I got last year. Got an LG brand, so same remote, everything. So if my dad fucks something up, I know what's going on. He sends me a text message. I need you to call me. The TV isn't working. I'm like, already took like 8 days for him to like do something with the new TV. And I was like, what's going on? Well, I turn it on. It's not showing the cable. I'm like, okay, you turn it on and what's showing on the screen? All the little doohickeys. I'm like, what the fuck are doohickeys? He's like, the
Old
icons
people
for
time.
like that
Old people
streaming stuff that
terminology.
you told me
Doohickeys.
about. I was like, okay, cool. He goes, then I see like there's a box that says recent. So like shows what the recent thing. But it's not showing HTM. It's not showing the HTM thing. And I'm like, okay, what does it say? It says something else. I'm like, well, that means you press the button to take it somewhere else, hence why it's not recent. Well, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'll just leave. I was like, no. Press the button in the top right corner of your remote. It's gonna bring up a pop-up screen. He's like, oh yeah, I see it. highlight HDMI 1, and press the OK button, the little circle in the middle. Oh, there's the cable. Okay, thanks. I kid you not. So I work from home Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Every Wednesday, my dad comes over. Like he picks Nico up from the bus stop and just comes over. Every single time he comes over, I need you to look at something on my phone. I was doing this on the computer. This is happening. That's happening. I was like, oh my God. Like I just, yeah, I would listen because my parents for their cable and internet,
This
they're
match has been good,
paying
by the way.
they're paying like $224 a month. And I just think that's asinine. But having them go to streaming, it's
It's
my
not worth the
dad's
headaches. Let them pay the money.
it sucks because I don't want to see them wasting their money on that stuff. But at the same time, it's challenging because he
If
just
anything, get them to a point where they don't need all these extra channels. Like, Dad, what channels you watch? 310 and 6? All right. We can get rid of all the extra cables.
and that's the problem with that though is Jeremy, like down here, Spectrum's basic, like it's still expensive.
Oh, that sucks.
So that's why I'm trying to get to go to streaming, but it's just
Well, yeah.
challenging because my dad is
It-
so forgetful at his age because he's going to be 83 this year. So his
Yeah.
like he remembers half the shit, he forgets half the shit. So and I mean I get it, but it's just going to be frustrating because if something doesn't work, he's just going to sit there and wait for me to come over or whatever to fix it. And I can't just drop everything to go fix it. Yes, this match has been good. I've enjoyed it.
All right, so I have a couple questions. So LA Knight's basically ragdolling him right now. I know Fatu had a brief little thing going on also. So I don't know, I think that's kind of weird. And so as I say that, anyway, so
He's coming back. It
so
is
is-
weird. Go ahead. Keep going.
so is Solo like out of the picture now that Fatu got as big as he did?
Well,
I-
Solo came out with him. I don't know if he's still there at ringside. I mean, one
No,
of the things.
I think
He's
he went
not.
to the back.
Yeah, I was gonna say because one of the things I was thinking could be a possibility in this match is Solo screwing over Jacob somehow.
Didn't
Yeah,
he already do that though? Like, wasn't he screwed him out of matches by accident when they first started?
They were doing that a few weeks ago.
Yeah,
Oh,
some
shit.
accidental stuff. Whoa, that was a good move.
Oof.
I don't know what
Damn.
I don't think they really know what who knows. I don't know what they're doing with
I think
Solo.
that they know that Jacob's getting pretty over with the crowd. The problem is that you don't have a lot of great heels right now, so they
Mm.
need to hold off on turning Jacob face.
Yeah.
The one thing that I think is interesting about this is that they are making Jacob vulnerable in the fact
Mhm.
that wasn't it almost every match, like not that he was indestructible, but that he was hard to hurt.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, that's why I'm
he's-
a little confused here.
he's Samoan. They're all hard to hurt.
That should be the name of the movie that they put him on. They'll put all the Samoans, all the Fatus in the movie and call it Hard to Hurt. They'll just go around beating everybody up.
Ming was Samoan, right? Meng?
No, he's
Meng?
Tongan.
That's what it was. Yeah, yeah.
It's a very close island, I believe, to the Samoan Island, the Tongan Islands.
I don't know how close they are. I mean,
I could swim there, I swear.
I mean, they're Pacific Islands, but yeah, I don't know exactly what the proximity is.
They can swim there. That's it.
Those were cool things in
Aren't
his
they all like
dreads.
Mulan and not Mulan, but like why can't
Moana?
I think of it?
Go-
Moana?
Moana.
Go ahead, Jeremy. Let's see how racially insensitive you can be.
No, that's not what I was going. I couldn't remember the name of Moana.
Oh, they're all the same, weren't they?
No, wasn't going there. Thank you.
Really? I thought I heard you say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice try. Nice try.
Well,
I did watch Moana too. Wasn't as good as Moana.
Oh my God, Jeremy! I watched it a few weeks ago when it hit Disney Plus. Boring. I mean,
The
first
best
of all,
part about it was the chicken.
I mean, yeah. like I've
Oh,
got
snack.
I have my issues with Dwayne right now, but he was still pretty entertaining in the movie. The problem is he and Moana don't meet up again in the movie until it's almost over.
Well, that makes no sense.
Uh,
Yeah. And
Yeah,
like
they meet up about I
and
would say about halfway through they meet up, and that's
I think it was
like
more than halfway through, but yeah. It's like really late and like the songs just weren't as good, so yeah.
I watched Craven the other night.
I like that. I liked Craven.
There Craven once again, it's another case of a superhero movie or a superhero adjacent movie, depending upon how you regard Craven. It's obviously a comic book movie, but
Considering intently there's 5 villains in that movie.
it's another movie where there's a good movie in there somewhere, but it just ain't it.
It was decent. Like I didn't think it was
It,
horrible.
it, it, it wasn't horrible. Like I mean, I think because some people I think were just determined to shit on all the Sony movies,
Yeah, I think that's the other problem.
just to do it. But yeah, it's like the plot was. I mean, how did you familiar with the podcast? How did this get made?
yeah.
They just
No.
covered Craven on an episode that dropped yesterday, and I was listening to it since I was working from home, and I was just laughing at their analysis of the movie. But again, it's like there was parts of it I definitely liked, but I'm just like, yeah, it didn't all add up and everything. And like you said, yeah,
Retitle changes.
there were like 5 villains. I mean, like here's the thing. I like Aaron Taylor Johnson, which is funny because the first time I ever saw him in anything was when he played young John Lennon, and I kind of hated him for it.
I
But
thought
like,
everyone
he's
played their roles good
yeah,
in the
I think he's
movie.
become a pretty good act. Like his smaller role in Nosferatu, I thought he was pretty good too. So it was like, I'm like, he gave it his all.
Oh, Haku's
Oh.
there.
He was trying his hardest and everything. It's like he deserves better, Like,
I
hey,
saw
how about Haku for 2026 Hall of Fame finally? Maybe.
Yeah, that would be
Maybe.
fucking nice.
Wait, Haku and Meng aren't the same person?
No, they are.
Oh,
Haku was his WWF name. Meng was his WCW name.
okay. But is
One
he
and the same.
related to?
Jacob's dad.
No,
Oh, it's his uncle.
no,
Adopted dad.
no. I've
Come
said
on.
this before.
I thought he was
Always confused.
Indonesian.
There's no blood relation between Haku and the
The
Samoans.
Fatus.
Not
That's right.
blood
Because
relation.
Haku is Tongan, isn't he?
Right. That's what I got.
Yeah, I mean, I think all the characters in Craven played their roles properly. I was just amazed, like as the movie's going on, I'm like, how many more villains are they going to introduce into this movie?
Yeah.
Well, and it's the
Who
part
were going
that I did
after
not
technically a villain per se. I
Yes.
think the one thing the one comment I did like, the one part I didn't like, Calypso, I think they could have done a better job showcasing her actual comic book powers.
Mhm.
Like the tarot cards and the creating the potion and all that stuff, that's fine. But like they could have done something with her powers from the movie, I mean the comics, and put it in the movie.
Yeah, because
So I think they failed on her character a little bit.
I know the name Calypso, but the fact that her character was not, I want to say, well introduced or well, the depth of her character didn't really get portrayed. Like I didn't really know what her purpose was, besides the fact that they were both young children when they met, and his dad did that, was on that hunting expedition. That other than that, I didn't understand what her purpose was kind of in the movie.
Yeah, the relationships weren't explained very well, and like it was structured weird. Like they introduced the character with that elaborate, prison scene and everything, and then like they do the extended flashback and shit, and you're not even really sure of which one he is for like the first few minutes of that. So yeah, it was weird. But anyway, Haku is the father of Tongaloa, and he is the uncle slash adoptive father of Tamatonga and Hikulea.
So,
But
in my opinion,
he is
he
otherwise
had no
he is
purpose being
otherwise-
there.
He is otherwise not related to any of the Fatus, any of the Samoans.
Right. So, in other words, it made no sense for him to be there to root on Jacob.
Well,
my
again,
opinion.
his sons slash adopted sons are in the bloodline.
Yeah, I get that, but still, like, have Rikishi come out.
It's a family thing.
So
No,
Directly or
because
indirectly.
Rikishi is the father of the Usos, who are currently faces, so he can't come out
Yes,
there for Jacob.
I know. But I thought it was interesting how they spoiler alert for if you have not seen Craven, how his dad was the orchestrator of all of it to get his son back into back to the family. I'm like, oh yeah, that's gonna work.
To get him
Trying to
back into
murder
the
him.
family and to use his son to get rid of his enemies.
Yeah, get rid
oh,
of his
great. Now I don't want to
enemies.
watch it.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I like Russell Crowe. I think he does really good character acting. You know, he really does well
It
in
is.
any role that I've ever seen him in. But it
The
was
one
just, I was just like, really? It was his dad the whole time.
I know.
It was me,
Wait,
Craven.
wait,
It was
wait.
me all along.
I was gonna say, it's me, Austin.
I think the one thing I was concerned as I was watching the movie because I know like the history of that. I'm like, all right, are we gonna get the actual chameleon or are we not gonna get it? But then when like Rhino was telling him at the table when he was eating his steak, Demi was eating his steak, and he was telling him how he met some guy in New York and he gave him like these, with like powers and all that stuff. And I was like, oh, so they're gonna go that route. And he's gonna go to New York to become the chameleon. And then like I was like at the end, and I'm like, I hope this happens. And then when he did, I was like, okay, that justifies them screwing up Calypso a little bit, but still.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. But so it was
They missed a golden opportunity to call him the Karma Chameleon.
so I gotta ask you because I don't know a lot about Craven. I know he ends up being a bad guy essentially, like a
Mostly his whole comic book career is a bad guy, but he kind of plays that like I'll help the good guys, but I'm gonna do it my way type of thing. Like doesn't play by the rules type of shit.
Yeah, it's like
kind of like Deadpool.
I think he's always supposed to have been
Yeah.
like an anti-hero kind of.
Yeah.
The Crow.
But that version of Rhino, is that from the Spider-Man series, Rhino? Because isn't Craven in that same universe of Spider-Man? Like, doesn't he fight
He's supposed
Spider-Man
to
at some
be.
point in time?
Rhino's in
that's
that movie?
that's what all of this stuff was. This was all Sony using Spider-Man adjacent characters. You know, the Venom series,
Yeah, Craven's one of Spider-Man's biggest
Morbius, Madam
enemies.
Web, and now
Okay,
Craven.
I thought so. That's why, and so the chameleon makes sense because Spider-Man fights a chameleon at some point in time.
Well, yeah, because
Um,
the rumors are that Spider-Man 4 is supposed to have Chameleon in it as one of the main bad guys. So my
which would make sense
curiosity
of him going to New
is,
York and
yeah, hence why they mentioned New York and all. So now I'm kind of curious as is the same character going to play Chameleon or are they going to find somebody new?
It's going to be completely new. There's no way, because of the critical and commercial reception to those movies, there is no way that any MCU movies are going to bring anything that was in any of those Sony movies into it. Like they tried with that whole teaser thing with Vulture, you know, in the Morbius movie, but yeah, it's just not going to happen.
Okay. So I once more will say, Rhino's in that movie? Does he
Yes.
gore anyone?
yes and no.
Yeah, yes and no.
I'm talking about the wrestler. I'm messing with you guys. Oh,
What you mean, Chad Gable?
I did tell you guys. I'm sure you guys have seen the interview with Rhino and Chris Van Fleet. That's from a while ago, where Rhino says that he's only. I think I might have actually brought it up last time that no one's ever kicked out of the gore, and if they did kick out of it, they kicked out of a spear.
I think you mentioned something about
Yeah,
that.
Not the gore. It was just a normal spear I gave him.
I love the fact that they're doing a voiceover for El Grande Americano.
I know. It just adds that touch to it. You know
like
what I
they're
mean?
like he's speaking Spanish and he needs an interpreter.
It would have been funnier if they had gotten Ed Ferrara back for it.
Okay, so right now,
Since
did you guys?
since he did the La Parka voiceovers in WCW. La
So,
Parka frantically going.
all right, so two things then. So Jake, I kind of listened to the crowd reaction when Jake Fatu won there. So it was a pretty decent pop.
Yeah,
So he's over.
he's over.
He's definitely over. Yeah.
But he needs to
And-
do something to get the crowd to boo him because technically he is a heel.
Right.
No, he
Yeah.
is a heel. There's no technical about it.
Well, it's hard to be a heel when the crowd's cheering for you.
Well, yes.
Hence Austin's babyface turn.
And this is
This
hysterical.
is this seriously his
hilarious.
entrance?
Yes.
This is so
Hilarious.
good.
This is freaking
Well,
awesome.
I mean, I guess they couldn't go as far as what Roddy Piper had done back in the day.
Which was
So when Roddy Piper was working in L.A. in the early '80s or late '70s, I remember which, he had a feud with it was either Chavo Guerrero Sr. or Hector Guerrero, and he did a thing where he came out with like this like mariachi band, and he said he wanted to apologize to the Guerrero, whichever one it was again, and he said, "So just to let you know how sincere I am in my apology, I brought this band out here and they are going to play the Mexican national anthem." And they started playing La Cucaracha.
I do remember that. Yeah.
The heat on Piper was apparently nuclear.
Mhm.
They were like you because again, LA, large, Hispanic population, they wanted to murder him. And that was totally Piper, so
It's funny that he hails from the Gulf of America.
Okay, yeah.
Wait, are they still saying that? I thought somebody told me that they stopped doing that.
She just announced the Gulf of America.
Okay.
Yep.
Um,
He
That's-
looks weird in a mask. I'm not gonna lie.
I
It's
mean,
so
again,
hilarious.
obviously, I roll really hard at the Gulf of America shit. But again, I think for what this character is supposed to be and doing and everything, I think it's brilliant. So
Yes.
So did I see that he's going against Ray Phoenix because Mysterio got hurt?
Mysterio hurt himself in their 6-man match last night.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's insane that Ray Phoenix has a WrestleMania match. It's been what, a month or two since he.
It's
Yeah,
been
some people were
it's been like
surprised.
2 weeks.
Some people were surprised it wasn't the other guy, but at the same time, it's kind of like
Penta?
no, the other guy from the LWO.
Dragon Lee.
Yeah, Dragon
Mm.
Lee.
Yeah, because Penta's in a match, so
Yeah.
So it's just kind of like, well, understandable, but Ray's kind of like over right now because his brother's there and the crowd's into him. So give him a match and see what happens.
I think it's great because if you take the literal Spanish translation for his thing, it's the Big America.
well, big American.
Oh, yeah, American, yes,
Yeah.
the Big American.
Well,
So freaking terrible.
if you remember the Southpaw regional wrestling skits that they did several years ago,
Oh, those were so awesome.
yeah, on the first season of that, and yeah, we never got that third season that they teased. I think because a lot of the people who were involved with it left the company in one way or
Yeah,
another.
yeah.
I love that Michael Cole goes, "Hey, Chad Gable, what's up?" Every time he sees him.
But like
He always calls him Chad Gable. It's great.
one of the the promos that they aired during the first season of Southpaw Regional Wrestling was for a masked wrestler called La Barba Grande.
Yeah.
It was Luke Harper under a mask, and La Barba Grande translates to the big beard because Luke Harper had a big beard. So remember, he
So
was
funny.
like in this like corridor, like running, like slowly and everything, and he was like, arriba, like Tito Santana, and then like you hear this voiceover, so like go like, "Hey, Mysterioso."
Ray Phoenix.
That's
So we got the luchador match with only
One true luchador
one true
and
luchador.
and a imposter.
You know, it's going to be interesting if they were able to find a guy that
Like
has
Kingo.
a very similar build to Chad Gable and put him under the mask for this match.
Well, they
and
did
have
that.
Chad Gable come out.
Oh, okay, no. I was gonna say they did that like when they did a backstage thing several weeks ago where Chad Gable was on camera and then you saw El Grande Americano being hauled out from the back and everything. Fuck you.
all right. So what's that deal with Viking Go?
No, not Vikingo. That's not who I was saying fuck you to.
Oh,
Dana
Oh,
White.
Dana
I
White.
think fuck you to Dana White.
He supports somebody that Pat does not like.
Gotcha.
It's not just that. The guy's a wife beater.
Oh well, yeah, there's that too. I did forget about that. Can't coming out.
And he defends all of the people that work for UFC who have horrible opinions, saying like, like, oh yeah, I can't, blah blah blah. And I was like, yes, you can.
So I think
Kingo gets involved in the match already. That's great.
I was gonna say, this is Vikingo has worked several AEW events,
And now he's over at WWE.
and now because WWE bought AAA, here he is on WrestleMania. I was gonna say, please don't tell me this is going to be a 2-minute match or a 2-second match.
you think he's gonna get unmasked here too?
I don't know, because it's like this is the kind of thing where it's like, how far can you really go with this?
Mhm.
Oh, okay. Stop me if I'm wrong. Is this the first time it said American made on his mask? I don't recall seeing that before.
I didn't see that either.
Because like now you're really, just. Obviously everybody knows, but it's like,
Like the tattoos. Do you
yeah.
guys see that too?
Well, somebody else showed a thing where it was like he had like bloody knuckles, and then
Uh-huh.
like Chad Gable was giving an interview, and he had the bloody knuckles. Or
Coincidence.
I'm trying to think
Obviously.
back. Did Kurt Angle do a stint
Yeah.
where he was a luchador too?
It was
At one
only for
point in
a
time?
match. I think it was only a match, and he was supposed to he was doing like somersaults in the ring.
Okay, so it was in 2004 when
Yeah.
Eddie Guerrero was champion and Kurt Angle was the GM of SmackDown, because they did the whole thing where Big Show threw him off the riser, and like he landed on the
Ow.
concrete floor. And this was after Guerrero and Angle had wrestled at WrestleMania. So they did a thing a couple times with Eddie where this guy called El Gran Luchador came
Yep.
out, and it was obviously Eddie under the mask. And then they did a thing but Eddie said, no, that's my friend, and blah, blah, blah. Then Eddie had a match against somebody for the title. I think it was probably JBL, because this was after JBL had beaten him for the title. And El Gran Luchador came out and cost Eddie the match, but Eddie pulled the mask off at the end, and it was revealed to be Angle. And of course, it wasn't just that Angle was supposed to be the GM at the time. Angle had been in a wheelchair all these months. And then it was like the next week,
That's great storyline writing.
yeah. And then it was the next week on SmackDown that Angle came out and said, I miraculously recovered, and I'm going to fire Eddie Guerrero tonight because of his action. And I was at that SmackDown with AJ, and I think maybe you, Joe. And Vince came out and made a return to TV after having not been on for several months, and fired Angle as GM and rehired all the people Angle had fired throughout the night, like Funaki and Tony Chimmel. And it was a pretty entertaining
I think I
episode.
remember watching that one, and I think I had to look for you guys.
We were up too
Yeah.
high to be seen. Our seats weren't bad, but
No, they weren't bad.
yeah.
But in classic fashion, they were up in the nosebleeds.
No, they weren't. They weren't, because remember, this was just a SmackDown. This wasn't a pay-per-view.
Side note: Ray Phoenix is pretty good.
Yes.
Yes.
I didn't really watch too much of his stuff.
You want to watch some good stuff of his? Go watch Lucha Underground.
Yeah, he and
Lucha
Penta were on that,
Underground
right?
was. I only saw a couple Lucha Undergrounds, but they were interesting and different. They had that one area they could jump off into the ring, like that one I don't want to say a stage area, but it was definitely
It was elevated. That's
yeah.
where the top of the turnbuckles are, to where that platform was another 10, 12 feet up in the air. They have one of the streaming services you can find that on stream in all 4 seasons. I watched that show that was on the El Rey network. I watched that show
the
all the time,
L-Ray.
every week.
So-
Penta was in it too. So was
Mhm.
Chelsea Green.
Mhm.
Yeah, Penta
I remember
wrestled
seeing
Chelsea
Penta
Green, I
there.
think.
Io Sky was in it. Trying to think of other former WWE. Ricochet was in it as Prince Puma.
Yep.
Didn't Rey Mysterio have a couple matches in
Yeah.
there too?
Rey Mysterio
Yeah.
was on there, I think, during the first season when they first started.
Ooh.
He was one of their bigger names that showed
Yeah.
up.
Ray
Um,
Phoenix almost didn't flip all over. I know it
who
was
was,
delayed for purpose, but on purpose. But
Vampiro
nasty.
was on commentator, but he wrestled a couple
Oof.
hardcore matches.
Yeah, I
Brian
didn't like
Page was
Vampiro.
on that as well from AEW. Trying to think. There was a bunch of people.
Well, Johnny
But
Morrison was down there, I believe, if I remember
yes.
correctly.
Yep, he was. There was so
Damn, that was
many.
pretty good.
There was tons of good matches. Like just crazy.
What was John Morrison known as there?
What was his name?
Oof.
I think it was Johnny. It was Johnny something. I'd have to look.
Hmm.
It wasn't Storm.
No, no.
I don't remember, yeah, but yeah.
Yeah, I'd have to Google
Now
it.
he's what, Nick Nevin or
No,
I
it's
can't
Dolph
think.
John,
Ziggler.
Oh,
yeah,
that's right. He's back to Dolph. That's right.
he's Johnny TV, isn't he?
Yeah, Johnny TV.
Yeah,
Um,
that's right. I was thinking of Dolph Ziggler. That's whatever Nick something.
Nemeth.
Johnny
No.
Mundo was his name in Lucha Underground.
Mm.
Yeah,
Oh,
Johnny
Thunder
Mundo.
Rosa, I think wrestled on Lucha Underground too for a while.
Oh, yep. Gable's definitely getting unmasked if he's trying to take off Ray Phoenix's mask.
They have a good setup at the stadium, to be honest.
Mhm. Um,
A lot of top rope stuff.
touching back on Penta for a second, I know that. So, how big was La Parka outside of WCW? Because a lot of
Mexico and Japan. He was
because
huge in Japan too.
because a lot of Penta is La Parka-ish.
Yeah, the color scheme's the same. But
Oh my
put
God!
it- put
He
it-
just
put
said
it-
it goes from a 4-head to a 5-head real quick.
hold on. Laparca was inducted into the Observer Newsletter Hall of Fame back in 2018. So,
Okay.
you know, he had to be big enough, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Good job, Michael Cole. Not notified. You have to have the fucking color commentator tell you about the metal plate in the forehead. Oh my God! Good call, Michael Cole.
Who does he think he is saying shit like that? Tony Schiavone?
So, what I'm not fully understanding is before he went up, before Ray Phoenix went up and did that, he was limping, did a perfect jump onto the top turnbuckles
Well,
while
yeah,
limping.
the adrenaline rush, man. Don't you know anything about wrestling? These guys get adrenaline rushes. The pain goes away for a split second, and then it comes back when they land the move.
Clearly, I don't.
Yeah, clearly. It's like Pat Mahomes and the Eagles Chiefs Super Bowl, the first one that they played. Limping around, and all of a sudden he comes back from halftime and he's got no pain at all. He's perfectly fine.
Yeah, seriously.
All right, how many people come down and attack him?
So obviously the answer is they're going with this a little longer.
Yeah,
Yeah, pretty much.
guess so. I'm confused as to how it doesn't hurt him, but that's
Yeah,
I don't.
that's one of those things that they've done before. I'm sure somebody's done it before. I know I've seen it before, and it's like I always go, how does that not also fuck him up?
Yeah, or maybe it's like the Bret Hart when he wore that thing when Goldberg speared him.
True. But
Cookie sheet on his chest.
A questionable object that was inserted. That's one thing I will say about Wade Barrett. When he's doing his heel commentary and rooting for the heel, and he does a really good job.
he does.
Any other time, not so impressed. And McAfee has his good moments where he, like he said, turns from 4-head to a 5-head real quick.
But yeah, that's a weakness with any color commentator who leans heel. Matt Barrett does it. Corey Graves does it. I really don't know about the guys in AEW because whenever I watch, I don't listen to them. But like they
it's
tried they
not good
tried
commentary.
they try to have it both ways. They try to analyze it as if they were an actual analyst, and then they also have the times where they just go into like oh, I'm going to cheer for this heel because I like this heel or whatever. They're not like Jesse Ventura or Bobby Heenan or anybody like that, or
Mhm.
Lawler
They
would
go
always
full
be
heel.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, I have a feeling we're gonna see this guy on a WWE show soon as an actual wrestling personality.
Yeah.
He's in what, AAA?
Yeah.
I
Who
have a
was it?
feeling
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying. I was looking at something.
Vikingo
Vikingo?
came into the ring to kind
Kingo.
of
Oh
help
yeah,
raise
yeah, yeah.
Phoenix up, so makes it seem pretty logical that we'll see an El Grande Americano Vikingo match at some point soon.
Oh yeah, we definitely
Mm.
will.
So The Miz is now the longest not reigning, I get whatever, active wrestler. It's like 19 or 20 years. Did you guys see that?
For who?
The Miz.
Oh yeah, he's been on there forever.
I mean, since we're counting Cena as only a part timer, I guess, yeah.
That's crazy. Like to think of where he came from to where he is now. I mean, granted, he's not really doing too much now,
Dude,
but
I
like
remember.
He's a comedy. He's a
Yeah.
comedy act with freaking shit. I'll say
Damian
his name.
Sandow.
Now they're doing a thing with him and Carmelo Hayes, but it's
Oh,
like,
now. Okay.
yeah. I would never have thought the Miz would still be an active wrestler in 2025 because I never thought he was ever going to be a wrestler. I mean,
Right.
I remember when he was doing the Diva Search that year. It was 2005, 2006, whatever fucking year it was.
Number off his hand.
That's where he met Maurice, right?
I think, but it was like
Yeah.
he was like trying to like MC one of the Diva Search segments on an episode of Raw, and he like forgot like the number that people were supposed to call, and then he tried like reading it off his hand, and he still fucked it up. It was
That's
amazing.
awesome.
It was amazing. It was amazing he wasn't fired right then and there.
Yeah,
He almost was.
that's when he should have came out with the awesome phrase.
Now,
Uh,
isn't Conan part of AAA? Or is he with CMLL?
So he helps out. I think he is.
oh,
I have to look. He was with AAA for a while. Let me look at that.
Yeah, because it's just like unless like he couldn't be there or whatever. It's like to me you would have thought that maybe they'd
they're
have had
talking
him
about
there.
AAA.
They would have had him there for this because he's somebody that people will remember. I mean, yeah. I mean, hell, he was on WWE TV a few years ago inducting Rey Mysterio into the Hall of Fame. So,
Yeah.
boy, that woman is like the stereotypical rich bitch, isn't she?
Yup.
Abby likes her hair. I think she's making fun of her hair.
I mean, I don't mean to stereotype and everything, but my God, she looks like a Mexican drug lord's wife,
She
as
probably
depicted
is.
in popular media.
Right, as depicted in movies and TV shows. Yes, I agree.
I'm obviously not saying she is, but she could be.
Yes, he currently works for AAA.
Yeah.
That'd be interesting when I go
Oh,
on
Shawn
his
Michaels
podcast
is coming
to
out.
see
I don't know
what
why he's
he
coming
has
out.
to
Why
say
is Shawn
about
Michaels
this.
coming out?
Why wouldn't he come out?
He is coming out
They mentioned NXT once.
I was gonna say he's coming out to promote NXT, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point, Michael Cole. How is Shawn Michaels still awake?
Yeah, seriously.
Well, okay. Since again I follow the Reliving the War series on Wrestling Bios and the Wrestling
Kiddo.
Bios YouTube channel, and he throughout the run of this series, he's come up with his own like little like fun little things, and one of the things that he's still doing right now is Shawn Michaels' sniff sniff delivery service. So maybe he's doing that.
Oh boy.
Okay, I saw he's got a number written down on that card that I think said 61,000. I'd love to know again how they're counting that because as I as Joe and Jeremy know, several weeks, a week or two ago, AJ mentioned that he thought that they still had like 50,000 tickets to sell, and I'm like, there's no way they still have 50,000 tickets to sell.
Yeah, that doesn't
But
make sense.
yeah, like on WrestleTix, I saw like the ticket setup for both nights was like 51,000. So again, if they have
There's
61,000,
phantom
then
people in the stands.
well, what I'm saying is this is something that WWE, it's long been thought WWE does when they announce attendance figures like this, is that they're counting literally everybody in the building, whether they actually paid for a ticket or not. So that means that they're counting all the performers, they're counting all the production people, they're counting all the concession stand workers, like anybody who's actually in the building, they're counting in that number. Now, I do wonder if they did legitimately sell out because, like I said, they did still have a couple thousand tickets to sell
It's
as of
hard to
like a week
say,
and a half
but it
ago.
looks like it's sold out to me.
Yeah, I mean, they could have very easily moved the tickets in the last couple days and everything, but I don't know. And frankly, I don't care.
You know
I
what the
mean,
insane thing is? Like, I was in that stadium a couple years ago. Like,
Mhm.
Okay.
that place was huge.
Right.
So I think what did I
Because
say?
we
That
because
stadium
the
holds
setup for this year was
62,000.
less than setup for last year, which amazed me. Sorry, Joe.
No, no, you're good. Hold on.
What's
Well, I
crazy to
imagine
me,
it's got to hold 60,000 people easily
This
mhm,
yeah, let me I looked
for
it
a
up.
for a just for a NFL
For
event.
an NFL game, it holds 65,000 fans. So that's the stands itself,
It
65,000.
holds, yeah, 65,000, and it also says expandable to 71,835.
So now the problem is with the stage setup, how many of those seats behind them did they actually lose to drop it from 65,000?
Yeah. Here's the
Plus,
I'm
other
then
thinking it.
you got to add all the floor seats. So
mhm.
that's going to
They
boost that right
probably
back up.
you
Yeah.
figure whatever they lost with that stage setup is probably on the floor.
Here's the other
Well, less
interesting
than
thing.
that.
Here's the
Well,
other
there can't be
interesting thing.
that many seats that they're taking up with that stage
Right.
setup.
Here's
I
the
mean,
other
it's huge,
interesting
but
That's what she said.
here's the other interesting thing about the
Every
capacity,
Saturday night.
according to Wikipedia. The capacity for NFL says 65,000, expandable to 71,835.
oh, Steve L.
For soccer matches, it says the capacity is 61,000. Obviously, soccer field's a little wider. But the record attendance listed was 63,969, which was for the Vegas Kickoff Classic game last September between USC and LSU. So, if the record attendance was 63,969 for a college game, but the capacity is 65 expanded. Why are they showing him again? But the
Because of the
capacity
reaction
for
he gets, that's why.
but the capacity for the NFL is 65,000 expandable to 71 plus. That means that the Raiders have never had a sellout.
It's possible.
Is the Raiders.
It's also, I think it's also again that it's Las Vegas. I don't think this is why I think a lot of people are question the fact that the Raiders moved to Vegas. I think it's why people are going to question until it actually happens, question the A's moving there, you know.
Mhm.
I mean, I guess the Golden Knights are drawing okay. I
They
don't
do. The
sure.
Golden Knights have sellouts. Their minor league affiliate team has sellouts too. The WNBA team does very well too. They've
Yeah.
had
I'm
multiple
trying.
sellouts.
I'm trying to understand. Okay,
No, they don't, Joe.
With the WNBA?
Yeah.
Yeah, they have. The
People watch
Vegas
that?
Aces. Yeah, I watch it all the time.
Okay.
they do, but
I
they don't
watch.
still get they don't get enough attendance to make it profitable yet.
I mean, we're just
It's
not.
not the
This is
it's
pro
not the
wrestling.
team.
They got to advertise everything for like ticket sales. The WNBA just they're not going to talk about that stuff. I mean, they do to a certain extent, but not on this level.
No,
I mean, it's
this
feasible that they got 61,000 in there tonight. I mean, it's not out of the realm.
So going to back to wrestling here. Why, like, I understand I have to a certain level. I understand like certain cosmetic procedures. Okay, because Charlotte's face over the years has changed drastically.
Hmm.
Like not a little bit. Like it started with the removal of the mole on her face. Like she had that mole that was on her chin area. completely understandable. Okay, you want your skin to look a little bit cleaner. You don't want to have this imperfection on your skin on your face. Completely understandable. A lot of people feel that way. But she's done more surgery now over the years, and her face. I'm not gonna say it looks bad, but it doesn't look like Charlotte Flair. Like it,
She,
and I
she
don't
also
get
lost a
why
bunch of weight.
like she's always been in my personal opinion, an attractive female. But now she's done, and I don't know how much work she's done, but she's done enough, in my opinion,
As
that
opposed to an
she
attractive
doesn't.
male.
She doesn't. Thanks, butthole. um, that she's not as attractive anymore. Like some people do so much work to their face that they become the opposite of what they're trying to do.
Yeah, look,
Yeah.
I've said it before. I understand why women, especially in an industry like this, feel the need that they need to keep their looks and everything. But I
Oh, yeah.
said the whatever she had done in the year that she missed with the knee injury and everything, it's like I'm not saying that it was bad that she had the work done. I'm saying it's bad work she had done. Like
Mhm.
her face just looks like it is pulled back way too tight. You know,
Um,
that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying she shouldn't have had it done. I'm saying she should have had it done better.
yeah. I'll touch base on that. Like if you guys watch The Boys, um, what was it the blonde in that had
Mhm.
work done, and she looks way worse
Well,
after doing
Yeah,
that.
it was Kelly Kelly. Like
Yeah, her too.
several months back, I was like rewatching all the old Royal Rumble matches, which I tend to do before like the current year's Royal Rumble, though. Probably won't do that going forward because it's just too many at this point. And some of those matches I've just watched to death. Like there's nothing new to see again, you know. But when I was like the ones that I hadn't remembered as well were like the ones from the last few years because I haven't rewatched those endlessly. And when Kelly Kelly, she appeared in like the first Women's Royal Rumble, she looked the same way she always had when she was
Is
active
she
in
gonna
the
come out of a
company.
Barbie box?
And then
I think so.
she came out a few years later. And if the captions hadn't told me it was her, I wouldn't have known it was her.
Yeah, Kelly looked
Exactly.
really
Whatever she had done just wasn't it, you know?
Yeah.
boxing Barbie, gold
Also,
Barbie.
like Kay Adams, same thing, except not as bad.
Yeah.
But Kay Adams, same thing.
Well, you know
Well,
who
there's that one there's that one lady that ended up looking like a freaking cat. She had so much work done, her face started to look like to resemble a cat. Like her eyes are so.
Oh, stop.
Pat knows exactly who I'm talking about.
Yeah, I can't remember her name and I don't want to think of it.
Megan Fox.
No, no, this is some woman.
The very much older woman, very
Yeah.
much older.
That's a cool looking thing. They made it look like the Barbie house and everything, but not a great sign. We mentioned this, Shane, when the Jay Gunther match happened. You know, the champion's always supposed to come out second, and usually it's a
Mhm.
bad omen when the champion doesn't come out second. And they usually do that though when the champion's a heel and the challenger's a face.
Mhm.
But here we are where the face is the champion and she's coming out first. Not a good sign for Tiffy.
Is it foreshadowing?
Yeah, but
Little
like
foreshadowing.
Joe, what is it, Joe or Pat? You guys said there's already been 3 title changes.
Yep, could be another
it
one.
might be the
I could
fourth.
see the thing of it is up until like maybe say a couple of weeks ago. Okay, no, that's a lie. I knew Jay. No. I'm saying I knew Jay was going to beat Gunther. That was like a definite. But out of all the other title matches, the one I would say I felt most confident about there being a title change was this one. Now it's become less so the way they've done it over the last few weeks. But I still do lean that Charlotte wins that match because lol Charlotte wins.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll be right back.
Okay.
I would like to see
But we
Tiff
don't
win,
know
though,
if he
for
has to
sure.
pee.
I would too because again
what?
it's not going to affect Charlotte's long term shit if she
No, definitely not.
No, she in my opinion, she should lose because why take the belt off of Tiffy at this point in time?
Well, I talked to AJ about that, and here's what I said. Tiffany won the title with a cash in, which is usually something a heel does, and it's kind of underhanded and yada yada. She's still not been like a complete face, really, until Charlotte started getting personal in this feud and everything. So there's a part of me that's afraid, oh, she hasn't really fully taken off as champion yet because she never chased the championship. So if we have heel Charlotte beat her, it's going to make everybody hate Charlotte and it's going to give her a lot of sympathy. So then we'll have her go chase the title and that'll get people to be more on her side and get her over more as a face. That is a very WWE way of thinking. So that's why I'm still kind of
He's
afraid.
rocking the Rolls Royce. All right.
All right. So,
That's cool.
Suicide
There's
Doors.
fans up top there. I didn't. That's the first time I'm noticing this.
Oh,
I would
how
say
about
that's a
that?
good seed but except it's too far away from the ring.
I'd be fine with it. It'd be awesome to see their
I'm
entrances.
I'm a little disappointed in the fact that she has. It's not exactly, but it's kind of the same concept as LA Knight with bringing the car up on the stage and getting out of a car. She did it to be more fancy because she's the queen.
Okay.
But
Have you guys ever seen the Jim Henson movie, The Dark Crystal?
I feel
Yes.
like I have, but it's been probably ages.
Charlotte's
Oh,
robes
you know
are
what?
Charlotte's robes are really starting to resemble the shit that the Skeksis wear.
You know what? They probably do have 61,000. Look, if you look at this, I was just paying attention to the stage. If you look, there's the upper deck is open for the top until like a certain point, especially on the left-hand side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can see there's people up there behind the stage. Well, not behind the stage, probably with an obstructed view.
Yeah.
They'd be
But
like, I ain't paying for that damn seat. Obstruction my ass. I can't see.
they have the Teletrons up there too you can watch. But yeah, there's seats back there.
They have the Teletran up there?
Teletran 1, yeah. Didn't you know that?
Wheeljack. Consult Teletran 1.
Titantron.
Pat,
Here's
Pat,
a sh-
Pat Kit
shit.
finally responded to me when I said, dude, I just saw your Clone of Mania. I sent him that, 2 hours ago now. He just replied, nice. People take my style all the time. Which also makes me wonder, is he not watching this?
He may not be.
I just, figured he'd be watching it.
He probably is watching.
Okay,
it.
since I'm almost done with this bottle, I can
Did the ring announcer
Yeah,
change outfits?
She might have. Yeah. Jackets at least, yeah. Okay, so now that I'm almost done with this, I can conclusively say that this is, without a doubt,
The worst water ever?
no. It is without a doubt water.
With electrolytes. Yep.
I guess. No, the worst. I mean, come
I'm
on.
sorry.
There is no worst water.
But it's got electrolytes. It's what
There-
plants need.
there is no worse water than Dasani. There just isn't.
Yeah,
When
I
Luke
can't drink
Wilson
that
plays
shit.
the smartest man in the world. When he goes into the future. And he's the
can't
smartest man in the world.
Fucking drink
I
that
can't think of
Dasani
what.
shit.
Oh, ridiculousness or something.
Idiocracy.
Idiocracy.
Written and directed by Mike Judge of Office Space and Beavis and Butthead fame.
Yes. But what is that? It's electrolytes, right? But what are electrolytes?
Yeah.
It's what plants need.
Yeah, they're watering the plants and the crops with like the Gatorade, it's like guano or brano or something like that. And,
It's fucking awesome.
yeah, they keep saying it has electrolytes, and what does that mean? It's like it has what plants want.
I've never actually seen that movie. I only have seen like little clips that people put up, but it almost makes me want to watch that movie because is it Horatio Sands is in that movie? He plays one of the guys like the Department of the Interior or something like that, I think.
He might be in it. I don't remember. It's been a while since I've watched it. I own it, but yeah, it's been forever since I've watched it. Yeah, it's one of, hundreds of DVDs and Blu-rays that I have that are very shortly just going to be going into fucking boxes. Sitting in storage until God knows when. Sorry, not trying to vent.
When you win the
I don't
lottery.
get downer. No down in here, man. Only upping.
You know what the problem
in your
with saying?
face.
You know the problem with saying you winning the lottery, Joe, is then you start thinking about actually winning the lottery and what you would do, and then you get too far into the goddamn fantasy and you have to rip yourself the fuck out of it as quickly as
I know. Let's see how this match goes. I'm kind of
Yeah, I
curious.
mean, this is probably even more so than the triple threat. This is probably the match that I'm still kind of most intrigued about because, okay, so they're basically wearing the same
Man,
outfit.
she's already ripped her pantyhose. Jeez. Take care of your wardrobe.
This is going to be hard to follow because they're basically wearing the same outfit.
Yep.
Maybe
it's
Charlotte's
pretty
got blue on hers.
And Charlotte's pants aren't as tight because she has no backside.
Yeah.
She
But
suffers from that thing that most men suffer from, no acetol.
I have that. But
I've slowly been having that problem as I've
yeah,
gotten
I've
older.
had that problem for years. Evidently, 20 years ago when I was working at Circuit City, apparently one of the other customer service reps told my sister, who was also working there at the time, that your brother's got no ass.
Like your sister really wanted to hear that. Yeah,
That's what
great.
I said too. This customer service rep was somebody who had a tendency to say more than she needed to. So, um, but yeah, again,
Why
this
are
was
you
the
telling
match.
me, and why are you looking at his ass?
This was the match that I would say was probably most intriguing to me tonight, even more so than the triple threat, because again, I'm just very curious to see if there are any signs of either of them taking liberties. So,
Yeah.
I will say that out of the women wrestling tonight, this is definitely the two most talented women currently in the roster
Yeah,
as far as
granted,
wrestling ability goes.
when they're out on the floor, it looked a little messy, but
I don't know anymore because see, here's the thing. I remember when Charlotte got hurt, suffered that knee injury a year and a half or so ago. I felt really bad for her at the time because I thought they were finally getting her over as a face character, which has always been sketchy with her.
Yeah.
Um, and I was like, oh man, I think that this could be really bad for the women's division. And then it occurred to me when she came back, the women's division did just fine without her. And this was also during a time when Becky wasn't there either. So I just think in a lot of ways she's been surpassed. Now, I'm not saying I necessarily like all of the women. Like I'm still not a fan of Bianca in terms of character and everything. But I think Charlotte's been surpassed in a lot of ways. I don't know if Tiffany's necessarily one of them yet, but I think she will be.
I don't know if maybe surpassed, but they've had enough talented women to
Yeah.
compensate for her and Becky not being there.
Yeah, you've got Rhea, you've got Bianca, who's still obviously very talented in the ring, even though again, like I said, I don't like her character. Io's good, Bailey's good, Liv got over big, so
They just got to work on Roxanne now.
yeah, that's the thing. Now you got somebody like Roxanne coming up, and then you also still have like Julie and Stephanie are NXT. So yeah, that's the other thing for Charlotte. It's like I know, like there's so many people who are able to wrestle still at a high level into their 40s now, but there is unfortunately that physical deterioration part when it comes to women because nature is cruel. Uh,
Yes, yes.
she is going to lose her looks at some point, and that is when people are going to stop being interested in her. I mean, that's one of the reasons why Shane has never gotten over.
Very true. I think the thing with her though is it's going to be like the type of matches, she's going to have to tone down some of her off the top rope shit.
But yeah, that's the
Oh man,
thing.
Booker T should be at ringside. He'd be loving this right now.
Yeah, that's the thing is that she obviously can't do anything that's really super high risk off the top now after that knee injury. Because again, look at the size of the brace that she's got on.
See, wearing that, her knee is probably 100% good, but it's just like I know when I tore my knee, I still wore my shit for a while
I'll just say
afterwards.
when she just did that kip up, it wasn't like the cleanest, and it was on the landing, sticking the landing.
Yeah.
You can, like I'm saying, even with that brace, you can see that knee buckling a bit.
Oh, well, by the end of Austin's time in the ring, he had double knee braces.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The Bionic Warrior.
Well, yeah, it was like when he started wearing those big, huge, heavy braces that JR started calling him the Bionic Redneck, and Michael switched from like the tight pants to like the baggy pants because he started having to wear a heavy knee brace, and it was so he didn't have to wear the brace over top of the pants.
It's been a good match.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So
Nothing
far, so
crazy.
good. That was my favorite kind of drop kick because that was the only one I could do in the ring. Because I didn't want to look like John Cena trying to do a drop kick, barely get off the ground. Drop kick guys in the knee. I wouldn't say that was a nice spine buster.
Uncle Arn would not approve. It was not as good as his.
No. I don't know which pin from men or when the same exact pin that they do, the one where they put both legs over their shoulders, looks more inappropriate for women or for men.
I don't see a problem.
I just remember the way Edge pinned Beulah at the One Night Stand show. I think it was Beulah. Even kind of like when like the ref was kind of like 2 and 3, even kind of like threw a couple humps in. So, which to be honest, fit in with the whole ECW part of it. So, I mean,
I have to think back when the Road Dogg turned on X-Pac and humped him from behind before he pump handle slammed him. I will go back and watch that now. I'm like, yeah, that's kind of gross.
I don't remember that.
I do not approve anymore.
Yeah, I don't specifically remember that. Huh?
I kind of do.
I think it was he turned on him in the middle at the end of a match. I think
It would have had to have been in 2000, because Road Dogg wasn't with the company much longer. And this was at a time where Billy Gunn had been out with an injury for a long time, so he wasn't there.
Yeah, Billy Gunn was not there. I think maybe they won a tag match, I want to say, or maybe it was an individual match, and the Road Dogg just
Yeah,
was down
they
there
were
for moral
teaming.
support.
They were teaming with each other all throughout the McMahon Helmsley faction days there in 2000, from like I want to say around February of that year, and then I think they had a match against each other at SummerSlam. Where we are in that rewatch of the Reliving the War rewatch, we just got past King of the Ring 2000, so we're not quite there yet.
I just realized they have a new female ref that I've never seen before. Or is it the same person I have seen and she just is wearing different hair today? Maybe it is. I don't know. Joe, you know better than I
Wearing
do.
different hair?
I haven't been paying attention.
Jeremy, I would stop right now. Because
I mean, he's not.
You're getting dangerously close to saying something insensitive.
I
Again.
haven't shown her face yet, so I don't know what. I don't know which. I don't know
Because
which one it is.
she's
Oh no, she has some pigtails. That's why.
because she's
No,
of a different
she's done it
skin
before.
color than you. You're getting dangerously close to saying they all look alike.
No,
Again.
not even close to what I was saying. If you want to insinuate that, you sound more like the person that's trying to be racist than I am.
I don't know, Jeremy. I think I'm hearing something.
I think
that
you
shouldn't be
should
hearing.
step away from trying to insinuate anything because it's really going to piss me the fuck off. How about we stay away from insinuating Jeremy's trying to insinuate something? Because that's the
Jeremy.
road that I don't want to go down with anybody.
I wasn't being serious. I apologize.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I'm trying to be the rabble rouser, and
Okay. Bad area to be a rebel rouser.
no, I hear you. I hear you.
No, that's. She's been doing it for a while, Jeremy.
I was gonna say, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really pay.
She is wearing her hair different. Normally, I don't see her in pigtails.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't really pay much attention to the referees anymore, but I'm pretty sure I've seen her before.
No, 15
Ooh,
times she kicked
she was
out.
pie facing her.
Yeah, she was.
Damn, I know.
It's been a good match. I have to say that.
Yes.
Been back and forth. They've been working with each other, so yeah.
Yeah, nothing's been too.
I mean, the closest thing was the stuff at the beginning, which was I think them just trying to play off into the way they've kind of built it into the story. So
Yeah.
like they both had like those pre-taped promos on SmackDown last night, and I thought Charlotte's was really not right. I'm not gonna say bad, but like she's the heel in all this, but she was like playing for sympathy in it and everything. And I was like, I don't think they should have gone that way.
Pat, I do realize, Going back to the comment that you made about their outfits are very eerily similar.
Yeah, like the only real difference is that Charlotte's got blue in hers, really.
I mean, Tiffy's top I think has wings kind of on it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's something going on with that little.
I'm trying not to look exactly to see what the design patterns are on the top because then, of course somebody would say, I'm only looking at the boobies.
I will tell you right now, I was looking to see what it was, so that's fine.
Okay, like I said, I will let you be that.
You be the judge of that one, Joe.
You be the booby inspector.
I will.
I'll help.
That's Joe's job.
Tiffany was
If you've seen his wife, you would know.
Tiffany was a little too obviously waiting for Charlotte to come up.
Sorry if I was going too personal there, Joe.
That's okay. I think people get the gist of that. Not like you can hide them.
Yeah, this is something I think maybe we should have paid attention more in the Jay Naomi match because both of these women have torn their pantyhose.
I think everyone has
or
tonight.
stockings, whatever you want to call it. So it's like, will one woman wearing stockings get through this pay-per-view? They're through this WrestleMania without tearing them. But
Yeah.
I didn't see for sure if they both did in the Jay Naomi match.
It was funny. I came across, since we're on the topic of inadvertently Joe checking out the top section of the women on the match.
It's my job.
I came across
the frontal protuberances.
I came across a post on Facebook today that was like fan fiction, and it was like all the different people that could play Princess Leia. And of course, not only did they pick these people, some of them naturally had large chests, but then they also enhanced the chest of the other people that they wanted to depict as Princess Leia. So every single Princess Leia had giant upper appendages.
Of course.
Yeah,
And
the funny thing about that is except for of course the gold bikini, none of Princess Leia's outfits in the Star Wars trilogy could be called
Revealing?
form-fitting,
or even really revealing.
Yeah, right. So, and the funny thing was like part of
Because they
that
did do it with Carrie Fisher too. They had somebody they rendered the picture of Carrie Fisher and gave
yeah.
it very
Well,
large.
part of it I think, and I don't remember Carrie Fisher having especially large boobs or anything, but I do remember Carrie Fisher has said, like behind the scenes stuff and everything, that they were taped, like taped down, because George Lucas said something like there is no underwear in space or something like that.
I can imagine that.
So I guess that means all her outfits or boobs were taped down because she wasn't allowed to wear a bra.
Underwear? What's underwear? In
Well,
the
if you
far,
look
far
at
away.
go back and watch Star Wars, just the first scene where she's meeting Darth Vader for the first time.
Yeah, she only wears that one outfit in that entire movie. Okay, no, that's not true. I forgot. She's got the dress change at the medal ceremony at the end.
But you can tell, if you pay attention, you can definitely tell that based on what you said, now that I think back in my memory bank, she's definitely not wearing an undergarment. Now she is relatively young in that, so I mean,
yeah, she was only like 19 or 20 when that was filmed.
So there is that youth on her side in regards to that too. So
yeah, Carrie Fisher was born in 1956, so when they were filming Star Wars, she was only like 19 or 20 years old.
Yeah.
1956.
So if that's what George Lucas told her to do, it would make sense based on the way that her outfits were made and and that. So just interesting. The fun facts that we get to learn. I'm waiting for
I don't like those moves.
No, especially on an actual repaired knee.
What, the chop blocks?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just always think that they're too risky. Like you can legitimately easily blow out somebody's knee. He was looking for it, but she was like slow and hesitating.
Ugh, right into the gut.
Oh, a gut full of bony ass knees and knee brace.
Rolls her up. I was gonna say it can't be that way. It can't end
Oh,
like
it,
that.
it, it could have. It could
The
have.
way the night's going, yeah, we've had some pretty crappy endings.
We really have.
I mean, the only one that ended with which that made sense was the Jacob Fatu doing 3 moonsaults off the top rope to pin
No,
LA Knight.
the Phoenix El Grande match.
Well, yeah, because he
That made
cheated,
sense.
which yeah, that one made sense because
Pat,
that's
how
what
many
he'd
more
been doing.
matches do we have?
Just the triple threat after this. That's the thing. I think that this is actually, for the most part, flowed fairly well in terms of
Did
like the
they
time and
did
everything.
they announce what they're doing with Orton?
Yeah, he's having an open challenge, so we'll get to see the return of Aleister Black.
So we're doing
That,
that.
at least that's my guess.
So we're doing that tomorrow night instead of tonight.
Yeah, that's tomorrow night.
So dumb.
Well, that's well, actually I don't know if that's when they had scheduled the Orton Owens match for. I don't know if they had revealed that before they called it off.
I think they had.
But I mean, but like when they did start mentioning like what match was on one night, it was 7 on night 1 and 6 on night 2. So to me it makes sense that it's tomorrow night. Whoa, what the hell was that?
I don't know, but she's got a noogie on her head. I think she's busted open for real.
I don't like watching the women bleed. I'm sorry.
No comment.
If it happens naturally, yes, I'm not a big fan of blading for the ladies.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. AEW's done matches where the women have bladed. It's like, yeah, you get busted open hard way. There's not much you can do about that. That's why it's called getting busted open hard way. Oh, other match times. Jade beating Naomi went 9 minutes and 20 seconds. So I'm glad I never made a bet on my over under on that one because I would have lost big time. Jacob Fatu beat LA Knight in 10 minutes 40, and El Grande
Oh, they're
Americano
booing Charlotte now.
beat Ray Phoenix in 7:55. I don't remember when this match started, but I have a feeling it's been the longest match of the night so far.
Yeah, definitely has
I
been.
think it's definitely been longer than everything.
Okay, that was a weird spot. The roll through, and then they couldn't really get up. Oh, she couldn't really pick her up for a slam.
It's definitely been longer than everything except Jay Gunther at the very least. Which, quite frankly,
Oh, she headbutted the turnbuckle, dove in with a headbutt.
This is one of the main women's titles, so
Yeah, she did.
good time.
What are we gonna get an Alabama slammer now?
That'd be cool. Oh, she's gonna do it in the buckle? It didn't really work quite well because
No.
her feet hit the mat before her head hit the buckle.
Yeah.
Because Charlotte's really kind of too tall to do something like that too.
Well, yeah, when the person's taller than you.
Yeah, you don't have the leverage to.
Let's go, Tiffy. Don't waste time.
The prettiest moonsault ever. I like it.
Oh my God, Charlotte did the right thing.
She won! Hooray!
Well,
and
I'm
the
not
crowds
sure that's
rejoice.
Charlotte doing the right thing as the booking doing the right thing.
Well, Charlotte's one of those people who I think would have a certain way of getting what she wants. You know, it's like she doesn't have creative control, but she knows who to convince.
Well, I don't think she's going to convince Triple H with certain things.
Yeah, she got blood on her teeth.
Yeah, I saw that too.
She's got something on one of her teeth. So I'm like, it's like, did her gums get busted and just some blood? I mean, I guess what I'm trying to say is I just hope she didn't like get a tooth knocked out. That would suck.
Did you guys see that the spacing on signs matters with it's Tiffy time
Yeah.
and the
Yeah.
S is closer to the yeah.
Pretty sure Joe sent that to us a couple weeks ago. That almost kind of reminds me. There was this guy. Well, I think pretty sure he's still alive. This British impressionist who one of his big impressions was Tom Baker's version of Doctor Who, the Fourth Doctor. And there'd be times where he would do his impression of Tom Baker, and he'd be making like comments about some of the female companions. He'd be like, oh, when I traveled with her, I had a right proper throbber.
Jesus, that sounds terrible.
Well, yeah, that was the whole thing though, because back then the Doctor was an asexual character. They didn't have him like in the hots for like any female character. So to hear somebody, even doing an impression of that character saying stuff like that, it's pretty hysterical.
Yeah, Charlotte caught her with her boot or something there, because she's definitely got a nice little shiner on the top of her forehead there.
Yeah. Go rub some dirt on it.
Just tell all the kids, rub some dirt on it, you're fine.
So now we'll see what they do, what who Tiffy,
Mhm.
feuds with next, and what they do with Charlotte. And
I mean, yeah, that's the whole thing. The feud between her and Charlotte doesn't need to end here. It's,
no, it definitely
No,
doesn't.
at the same time, there is a certain, do I really want to see this continue aspect of it?
I mean, it all depends. I mean, it's challenging too because we know the draft is coming.
But we don't know
So
when.
yeah, I mean, it's probably going to be in May sometime.
Well, well, hold on, I'll look it up. Their next PLE is Backlash, which is scheduled for May 10th. So that's only 3 weeks away. So they're not going to draft before then, I doubt. I don't think.
No, it'll be after.
Um, then they're doing another Saturday night's main event on May 24th. And then Battle, oh, that's NXT.
The extra person is back.
I was going to say, then Battleground is NXT. That's May 25th. So that's the night after. And then I don't know what the next event is after that. Maybe I can figure it out here. Yeah, actually, I don't know. They haven't announced something after that. The only other things on their schedule, according to Wikipedia, again, according to Wikipedia, are another Saturday night's main event, and then SummerSlam, which is obviously in August, and Clash in Paris, which is also in August.
Well, I'm not sure what they're going to do for Worlds Collide in June.
Well, I'm just saying, Backlash is in May, SummerSlam's at the beginning of August. They have to have one other full, main roster PLE in between.
Yeah.
Either mid-June or yeah, mid-June sounds about right. Like maybe say like, third or fourth week maybe of June.
Yeah, definitely.
My daughter just realized she knows all three wrestlers that are going to wrestle in this one. She's amazingly smart. Absolutely not making fun of you. Oh, put me in ribs. My kid's violent. Gonna have to beat her.
Yes, but can she name 3 of her teachers?
Yeah. We're gonna see her one teacher a lot because her one teacher's son is on my son's baseball team.
Oh,
So
really?
we're gonna, yeah.
Baseball been very, very good to me.
All right, Pedro.
Well, that was the character Garrett Morris did on SNL back in the 70s. I've started watching season 1 of SNL on Peacock, and what's interesting, yeah, started watching season 1 of SNL, which is the original Chevy Chase, Dan Aykroyd, John Belushi season. And I watched a couple episodes
When
from,
SNL was good.
yeah. I mean, to me, SNL, yeah, SNL's had its ebbs and flows, but I've liked a lot of it, because SNL is also a thing where I think you don't appreciate the people when they're on the show, and then when they leave the show, you wish they were still on the show. But anyway, I've also watched some episodes from season 12, which was like a kind of a reset season. That was the season where the only cast members who came back were John Lovitz, Dennis Miller, and Nora Dunn. But it was the first season for Dana Carvey, Phil Hartman, Kevin Nealon, Victoria Jackson, and Jan Hooks. And what's interesting is that while the season 1 episodes seem to be fairly complete, including the musical performances, the season 12 episodes don't have the musical performances, and they seem to be short a couple of sketches each. And I don't know if it's because there's objectionable content in them or something else, but it's most certainly not the full shows. So I wonder, how if I watch other seasons around here and there, if how much like like when that will continue and stuff. I will say this too, that bust that they did of Brett and Austin
Pretty cool.
is kind of weird looking.
I thought it was pretty cool. It was an interesting
Yeah.
concept.
Okay, I will say this too. Again, I didn't watch the Triple H part of the Hall of Fame, but I saw that they did a statue of him. Look, I don't
There's
have
a
a
wax statue of him, yes,
yeah,
which is creepy as hell.
look, I don't have a problem with them inducting Triple H as a solo performer because he was going to have to do it at some point, right? Considering that he is, such a high up with the company and everything, though, also then doing a statue of him that's excessive. That's like
A little self-absorbed.
yeah, and he can say he didn't have anything to do with it, and he may, but it's like it's still bad optics, So
I didn't realize his daughters were so old.
Yeah,
They're all
one's in
teenagers.
college.
Yeah,
The oldest is in college.
yeah.
And the
Him and Stephanie got busy real quick.
What was it? The oldest is in college. The second oldest is in high school, and she's a running back on the boys' football team.
So I'm surprised they haven't brought. I mean, I know why they didn't, but they could have been like, it's like, oh, this is where Triple H and Stephanie got married in Las Vegas, and that's where WrestleMania is this week.
His, his youngest daughter got his nose though.
I was about to say that.
Yeah, she does. She does.
That's unfortunate.
That poor girl. That's all you can say. Well, and the funny thing that's looking at my family, like both.
I'm glad my daughter didn't get my nose.
Both of my sisters have what we call the Fisher nose. The Fisher is my mother's maiden name. They have noses that are like resemble my two uncles on that side of the family, and it's just not an attractive looking nose.
My daughter thinks she has a big nose. She does not have a big nose.
I was
Not
able
at
to
all.
avoid that. I got a regular nose, but my sister's got larger noses.
No offense.
I don't have a big schnoz, like by any means. But
If they are by some chance listening to this, they will probably try to kill me now. But they know it.
I don't know why. Why did they have to? So what did they created a new category for matches now?
Immortal
iconic
moments.
matches.
Immortal moments.
Oh, come on, Steve. Only one finger, Steve? You can't be troubled to do the double?
What a great tag team, the Natural Disasters. I love that tag
Kind
team.
of sad to see that Uncle Fred needs a cane, but considering how large he's been for most of his life, it's understandable.
Nobody cares about you. Sad. Nobody cares
That's
about
not
you.
a flattering dress. I'm sorry.
That's Michelle McCool. Nobody cares about her. And her face has changed a lot too. I don't remember her face looking like that.
She's had work done as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say she's evidently had some work done.
Wait a minute. Lex wasn't there.
No, he was
No.
not.
Did they not want him coming out onto the stage on the wheelchair again, or?
No, so he had you did see he had the accident that yesterday. He had an accident getting out of his Uber
Oh,
car.
right. Yeah, he mentioned it. Yeah, okay.
So I'm just happy that he stood the whole time, during his speech. But
Well, yeah, the fact that he's strong enough to do that after all the problems that he's had from, things that he did to his body.
Well, it's not that he suffered a spinal stroke years ago. That's why he's been largely in the wheelchair for many years.
Right, and I'm sure some of the things he did in his career and in life probably did not help that.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, obviously he did droids. I'm not sure if I'd have to look it up. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, like he said, it was like he was like on an airplane flight, like a long flight, and throughout the whole flight, he was like talking to the guy next to him, and he had his neck turned like the whole flight talking to the guy. And he said he felt like maybe something just like happened or whatever, and it was like, he woke up like the next day in his hotel bed, and yeah, he couldn't move. I was like, God damn, how scary that must be.
Yeah. Well, there you go. There's Diamond Dallas Page for you, man. Taking care of people, helping them get clean and stay clean, and getting people mobile.
Yeah, I still
wish
wish
a guy that really cares about people, especially when it's wrestlers.
for him.
Yeah. I still wish they had inducted Earthquake when he was still alive, but I also forget that he passed away all the way back in 2006.
Yeah,
and that was only the third year that they had started doing the Hall of Fame again. So it's kind of understandable that
That was
they
John
didn't.
Tenta, right?
Yeah, John Tenta. Yeah.
Yeah,
It is weird when you see the stadium again. It's like, where does everyone fucking park?
Here's the thing about John Tenta. You know how young he was when he passed away?
He was like 40 something, 36 or 40.
He was 42. So
Yeah.
he's younger than the three of us, and not all that far away from where you are now. So yeah, he was ridiculously young, unfortunately. Bladder
Uh,
cancer. Yeah.
As my daughter wrote in her very nice little card to me the morning of my birthday, she said, "Happy birthday, Dad. What are you now? 100?"
Fucking kids, I
I'm
swear.
just
Yeah,
joking. The big 47. Woohoo!
Oh
yeah, my
He,
kid tried to pull that on me the other day.
I was gonna say, what is she trying to say? Hurry up and die so I can inherit?
There's nothing to inherit. Yay! It all goes to my wife. Ooh.
Wait, is there only
But
4 matches tomorrow? No, there we go. Okay.
but
It's like,
but,
that's
Jer-
weird.
but Jeremy, once you're gone, she can just get rid of Jill.
I feel like they keep adding more people to the stage as far as fans are concerned.
It's overflowing. All of a sudden,
I mean,
you're gonna see a fan
Yeah.
stage dive onto the entrance
Yeah.
platform.
These were last minute walk ups.
I really need a ticket. $4,000, please. Where do I get to sit? Above the entrance ramp. Sweet.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie, like I'd be stoked to be sitting there seeing the entrances that close up. I would be fine with that.
Get to see everybody's butt as they walk away.
Here's the
I
match.
saw a lot
What
of
is
ass last
going to
night.
be the outcome and who's leaving with who?
I'll show you a butt.
Yeah, I guess. Do we want to make guesses right now?
I,
CM Punk.
I can see this match going either way. I'm gonna just say Seth. But what I hope is that it's not because Heyman allows Seth to win or helps Seth win.
Yeah, same here.
Seth
kids
doesn't
in-
need Heyman, and Heyman doesn't need Seth. You know.
So I was actually thinking about that the other day. So, like, obviously, Brock needed Heyman. That made sense. Roman needed Heyman in the beginning. That made sense. CM Punk being a Heyman guy, he wasn't really a mouthpiece for him. But, like, CM Punk does pretty good promos on his own, obviously. Seth Rollins does pretty good promos on his own. So I just don't see how Seth Rollins would need Paul Heyman short of just using him in this match.
Yeah, I mean, and it does still feel to me like Roman is still the best place for Heyman to be right now.
Right. I agree.
That's a weird way of saying it, though, because Roman's not a place, but
Yeah.
in Roman's corner.
Yeah, I just don't see how anyone I how anyone really progresses.
It's one of those weird things too, is like, is there anything with this triple threat match that coincides with tomorrow night's main event?
Right, and that's the thing that I've been saying ever since they first rumored. I was like, why are we having a triple threat match between these three guys? Because we say that they hate each other.
Mhm.
You know, it's like, but there's
And the
nothing.
history, but
Yeah,
other than that,
but that's not a good enough reason to do a triple threat match. You know, so
Side note, to interject, that commercial with Willem Dafoe and Catherine O'Hara playing pickleball for Michelob Ultra or whatever it is, those are pretty good.
those are
Hey,
funny.
fair
I
enough.
enjoy them. We're elite. Oh,
Oh yes, the Tiffany Charlotte match was the longest match of the night so far at 19 minutes and 10 seconds. I expect that once this match starts in roughly 20
A half hour.
minutes, this will end up being the longest match of the night.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
let's
not
see
gonna
how
lie,
long these
kind of like this.
entrances
I like
are.
this
That's what I
song for
want to
this.
know.
Well, I mean,
I like this
think
song, Joe.
there's been rumors
do I.
about Living Color being there to play Cult of Personality. So,
Again?
yeah.
Yeah, Punk was on Instagram Live yesterday getting physical therapy, and like a couple people asked him, he's like, I don't know, maybe. And then someone asked again, he's like, that's it, I'm just playing dumb. I have no idea. So it's a possibility that they will. I think all three of them will have something unique in some way. I
They
mean,
have to.
I think Punk will.
I think whoever Paul Heyman is in the corner of at the end of the night is who's gonna win. I don't think he's gonna stay in CM Punk's. I feel like he's going to shift around, like eventually be over in Roman's corner.
He's gonna get pulled in different directions in this match.
Except for wait real quick
Ugh.
too.
Okay.
Seth comes out first.
Still don't care that people do the whoa, that stupid thing. It makes no sense with his music. His music is hard rock, fast beat, and these people are singing to a completely different beat.
His black drape, and then he's probably gonna have white on underneath it.
He's wearing a curtain with a hood.
He's got a flamethrower. All right.
What? Michael Cole just said you can use one of those. Who the hell are you talking to, Michael Cole?
His inner psyche.
He is 7-6 in career WrestleMania matches.
And why is this the coolest entrance? Tiffany Stratton's entrance was way cooler than this entrance. Why is this cool? Because he's got a flamethrower? He's got a flamethrower. It's not the first time we saw a flamethrower. The Rock came out with a flamethrower, didn't he, like 2 years ago or something like that?
Well, the WrestleMania that he hosted, I think.
Oh,
he
wait, what's this?
lit
The
up
lights
his
went
name.
out.
What just happened?
Is Roman Reigns going to come out and like stab him with a sword or something?
I don't think that's the end of his intro.
Okay, everybody's seeing Pitch Black, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Told you,
Yes.
he had white on underneath it.
And that's a lot of light shining on that very sparkly jacket that he's got on.
Now he looks like Jeebus.
I still think like he can turn heel for tomorrow night and show up to help the Cena.
I mean, yeah,
I think Drew McIntyre is a high possibility too, as an outside chance.
he's still really been the biggest heel in this program. So
Yeah.
because most of it again, it's just been him whining incessantly about CM.
That's a lot of sequins.
Yeah. The overheat max fouling, because okay.
Yeah, I'm
A
not
fake
buying
thing that doesn't really exist.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
Just put the
Oh, they
true
already
just put
rang the
true
bell, so that means
decibels
the
on
match
there.
can start at any time. The bell already rang.
Just put the decibels on there. I'd rather see that than just, oh my god, it's maxed out.
So much heat.
What are we to do?
I like her.
The ring announcer gets Abby's approval. You and Joe are on the same page there, Abby. I like her. Okay.
She's no Samantha Irvin.
No, I like Samantha Irvin way better. Even though she's trying to sound like Samantha Irvin.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I don't like her. She's really just trying to imitate Samantha Irvin.
I don't know.
Joe, I got to ask you this since we won't, speak in podcast form, well, excluding tomorrow night, before the draft. What's your take on the Travis Hunter, Shader Sanders, Colorado number retirement?
So dumb.
It is bullshit. Let me backtrack. Travis Hunter, I don't have an issue with him. Sanders, I have an issue with that one.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand why you would do it for Hunter.
But neither of the guys are in the league, right?
What's just the college stuff?
No, that the Colorado is retiring their numbers when their careers just ended there 4 months ago.
So here's my thing with it. I want to jump in on this. The tantrums. Where the hell did you get? Oh, that's on your phone. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm like, where the hell did you buy that?
That shit's awesome.
Um,
Oh, Punk's coming in last. Interesting.
My my big thing with it is I understand colleges retire numbers, but normally colleges do not retire numbers right after they graduate. It's
Yep, that's
usually
my
a
other
delayed
issue.
process. Like,
That's my main issue with it.
right, you want to retire a number, sure. Do it maybe 10 years down the road when they've had a great NFL career and you can say, okay, this was a product of Colorado, and now we want to honor them as being a Colorado graduate or whatever and playing here as part of and honoring that. But to do it now, like after what 1 year being 2 years being there, is
2
ridiculous.
years, I think. Yeah.
Like it's not like they won anything.
Yeah,
Like,
I
they
mean,
didn't
that's
win their,
part of.
they didn't win a bowl game, did they? Or did they win their bowl game?
I think
'Cause
they
I know
won one of them. My issue is this: like, first, right? They just graduated. You're going to do it. I think is ridiculous. I'm not a fan of that. If you're gonna you retire any of them, I'd do a Hunter. I mean, the man's a beast on both ends, and being up for the Heisman and all that stuff. That's different. Shador, sorry, no. But at the aspect, I think it's just a tad bit ridiculous. And this is, like you said, this is something a college should do 5, 6 years, 7 years down the road. They're blowing shit away in the NFL. You want to retire his number, go for it.
Yeah. And no, Colorado lost their bowl game this past year.
Okay.
But Dion, I guess, responding to the criticism, said something about like, we wouldn't even be having this conversation if, or if he wasn't my son or something. I'm like, right. We wouldn't be.
Correct.
Because if he wasn't your son, his number wouldn't be getting retired.
They wouldn't be doing it.
No.
And again, I get retiring Hunter's number even so soon. He won the Heisman Trophy,
Yeah.
So
Right, he's the
like-
first Colorado's state person to ever win a Heisman, right?
Rashawn
No, he's
Salam.
Rashawn Salam won it back in the 90s. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. So a really long time since they've had
Yes.
one.
Yeah, it'd have been about 30 years.
Oh, look at the showing all Roman's family members.
Ooh. That was interesting. They when one of the Rikishi shots there was when he was, make a difference Fatu. I haven't seen that they've shown a shot of Head Shrinker Fatu, but
Speaking of Colorado, Slash went to Colorado. Surprised they didn't retire his number.
well, yeah, that's something I read yesterday too. That somebody said, like, you look at all of the accomplishments Cordell Stewart had, especially compared to Shader Sanders, and it's ridiculous. And they never retire Cordell Stewart's number then, So.
Mhm.
Yes,
Macho
I
Man.
after seeing the Macho Man guy standing up, holding up the one finger there, I will say that yes, his outfit is definitely a take on Savage's WrestleMania 7 outfit. No, Jeremy, it's more like this. I mean, I can't hold the mic because you wouldn't see the part.
Sweet Jordans.
Yeah, I don't think we're ever really going to get those Roman Reigns Jordans, are we?
Well, the tariffs,
They're still they're still in production.
Did I don't know if it was real or not, that Nike said that they will not have any warehouses or manufacturing plants in the United States.
Oh, that's been their position for years.
Right.
Michael Moore, Michael Moore, his
Bowling for Columbine guy?
yeah.
Okay.
His second movie that he ever did, called The Big One, which was in the late 90s. It was before Bowling for Columbine. It was after Roger and Me. He had a whole segment where he sat down with Phil Knight. And Phil Knight was just like, even though, like, Moore had filmed people, I think, from probably Flint, Michigan, his hometown, saying, we'll work in your factory, blah, blah, blah. Knight just said, American workers don't want to make shoes. You just flat out refuse. So it's like, this is not like a new thing. And see, that's my biggest complaint with what Trump's trying to do, is that, again, not only do I think it's not going to make companies bring manufacturing back to the United States,
Be very little that too.
it would take too long to do it anyway. You know, it's like you're not gonna have a factory up and running tomorrow. You're not gonna have a factory up and
Yeah.
running in 6 months.
You're not going to see the
Well,
benefits of that for another 5 years because it
Yeah.
takes
unless
2 to 3 years to build the build. So it takes 2 to 3 years to construct the manufacturing building, and then you got to hire, train, and by the time you see anything, it's 5 years already.
I'm straight edge.
There's a lot of products that are made by high-end brands. You'd be surprised are all made in China.
And you know what? I look at it like this. I wish, as a country, we did manufacture more stuff and shipped it out to other countries because that is beneficial to our economy.
Mm-hmm.
But it became very advantageous and cheaper for companies to outsource that labor to other countries.
Yeah, and a lot of that was made possible by all the various trade agreements we came up with, which a lot of which I think were enacted when Republicans were in charge. So,
Yeah.
like, I'm pretty sure, like, NAFTA happened under Bush, George H.W. Bush, unless I'm mistaken. I could be.
I think that's correct. Yeah.
So,
But it's just one of those things like to think that by doing something like this it's going to force companies to do that. No. Not some companies might feel like the smaller companies that are using that avenue to have a lower production cost might feel that strain and pull their manufacturing back. But most of these billion-dollar companies are not going to feel the strain, not in the way that
No.
the government, not in the way that Trump thinks that they will.
all right,
No,
this is pretty
definitely
cool
not.
though. What they're doing with CM Punk, and they have his old
Yeah.
kill switch engage.
yeah, it's funny when they showed like the OVW ring. It's like when he was going to start in OVW was right around the time when Jim Cornette got fired from from being with OVW because of the Santino Marella slapping incident. And like he told the
Yep, they're
story,
there.
they both told the
Not
story
surprised.
like when Punk
Nice.
signed, Cornette called him up
Wow.
all excited and everything. It was
They
like,
paid a big bucks to get these guys there.
They probably did it for free.
yeah. Cornette called him up all excited. It's like, hey, I heard you're gonna be down here. Great, man. It's gonna be fucking awesome. And everything. And it's like Punk's like, 2 weeks later, Cornette called me up. God damn it, they fired me.
Or they probably did get paid pretty well. They can afford it.
These are the people that do his music, his entrance music.
You see him, Punk?
Yeah. And for
It's
the life
just
of me, I
weird seeing
can't.
Heyman walk out with him.
For the
Yeah, to walk-
life
yeah, to
of
walk
me, I
out
can't think of the
behind
name of
like
this group.
amps
Who's
and
this
shit.
group, Joe?
Living color.
Living color.
Yeah.
Oh,
In
he's
color-
got
in
some
color- in
yellow on
color-
tonight.
And the way that color is spelled is the British English spelling. So
Yeah, isn't it
COLOUR.
Or, yeah.
He's
George
friends with
Kittle's
these
there.
guys. He's friends with these guys too.
Yeah.
This song's very old.
Ah, okay, it is over 30 years old.
Yeah, I was gonna say this song's from the '90s.
Actually, I think it was 1989.
I think it was 89 too.
I keep
89
forgetting
is
that's
the
over
90s
30
now.
years ago now.
You guys see Heyman doing the air guitar?
Oh, we were both wrong. It actually came out in 1988.
Ah,
Ooh.
Look at Heyman being all in on this. Roman's
Yeah.
probably in the ring like pissed.
yeah,
If
he
he's
was air
playing
guitaring
it,
earlier.
if he's playing his character properly, he'd be in the root, pissed off right now.
Because that's
Well,
what most wrestlers wear is a speedo.
Yeah, Heyman knows what this. Heyman knows what this means. Heyman knows what this means to Punk, which is one of the reasons I don't think Punk's going to win. I don't think Punk really cares about winning. He just wanted to be in this position,
Yeah.
Um.
I don't know who benefits from winning this match. No one.
Right.
None of them do.
And what is
I mean,
clobbering time from? That was from an '80s cartoon, not Captain
Fantastic
Caveman.
That's
Four.
Fantastic Four. That's the thing.
Oh yes,
thing.
Fantastic Four, the thing. yes. All right.
What was I?
It's from an 80s cartoon as well, though.
Yeah. What
The
was
guy who flies around with the club.
Captain Caveman.
I really think
Rick
Rollins.
Rubin.
I really think Rollins is the guy who benefits the most from winning.
I think so too.
I mean,
Yeah, because Rollins hasn't been really in the picture. He's been around the picture, but he's not been in the picture for a long
that's the
time.
thing. All three of these guys are super over. All three of these guys, their positions are assured. You know, it's not like we're like with like Priest McIntyre tomorrow. I think McIntyre desperately needs a win, but I think Priest does too.
Yeah, that's another match. I'm not sure
You know,
who
but it's
needs it
like so
more.
like, you know, like nobody's gonna be like elevated because of winning this match, but nobody's
Oh,
gonna
look,
be
Heyman's staring
lowered
at.
because of winning this match or losing this match.
Heyman's looking at the tribal chief as the tribal chief's giving him a stare death, the death look.
Nice wink.
Yeah,
I
his last
know.
WrestleMania match was the one against Undertaker, right?
Yeah,
Because he
I was
walked
there
out
for.
before the WrestleMania the following year.
Yeah, I was at that Mania with AJ.
I'm sure he was happy with that.
I mean, at that time, like it, that's a different story.
Yeah, I'm a couple seconds behind you guys.
Is Punk shorts reminiscent of any colors from Las Vegas teams? I'm not sure.
No,
No.
not really.
Not. I mean, Golden Knights, but these are yellow.
Yeah, I was gonna say those are yellow, not gold. So
That's more like those colors reminded me when he was leader of the
straight
Straight
edge
edge
Straight Edge
Society.
Society.
no,
Or
I
the
don't think it was
Nexus?
that. It was Nexus.
Yeah.
the new Nexus.
Because next they had the new Nexus because they had their colors were yellow and black. Yellow,
Yeah.
black, and white.
And
And
no one can.
good old Daniel Bryan had to choke somebody with a freaking tie, and then they had to disband the Nexus.
No, they didn't disband him. They fired Brian because he choked out Justin Roberts, the ring announcer, with his tie. And I know this is an opinion that doesn't seem to be shared by a lot of people. I can't stand Justin Roberts as a ring announcer. But yeah, they fired him, and then like they let the heat die down for a week or two. Then they brought him back on the WWE team against the Nexus at that SummerSlam where Cena made the huge comeback, which Edge and Jericho both hated, and Cena has since admitted to was a bad choice.
All right, this match officially
Basically
starts
killed
at
the Nexus right
10:25.
Hmm?
This match officially started at 10:25.
Okay, so it only took about 18 minutes, I think, from what I said.
Whenever I can say, if you're not Nexus, you're against us. It's a it's a good day.
It's like when Eric Bischoff said, if you're not with us, you're against us.
It's this. Rollins looks a little.
And I you know what I hate about that when Bischoff said that after he like was revealed as being like the brains behind the NWO and everything. There's all these people who were saying like, well, who were they going to fight if everybody joined the NWO? And I'm like, it's not that he expected everybody to join the NWO. He was just saying, if you don't join us, we will beat the shit out of you. That's what it was. You idiots.
It's the same thing the Germans thought when they tried to take over Europe. They're not with us, they're against us. Get them all. Bad analogy, too soon, too late?
Too soon. Way too soon.
A little too late, too.
It was just right. Don't worry.
I mean, well, actually, hold on a second. Let me.
I mean, we got bratwurst out of
Just
it.
ask
So.
Whoopi about the Holocaust. She'll tell you how it is.
Yeah, I mean, well, no, I'm just saying.
Listen, we still have people that think Michael Jackson's alive, but
No,
whatever.
I'm just saying. We're about 3 weeks short of the 80th anniversary of VE Day, so.
No. Paul Heyman did tell Seaman.
It did kind of sound like he said that, didn't he?
He did. He did.
I mean, again, I don't have the volume on the show very loud, but I did kind of hear. That is kind of what I heard.
Yeah, he goes. He did tell CM Punk.
See him in. See a punk.
Well, going back to Celebrity Jeopardy, the
That's what
category
happens when you don't spit. You don't know how to. You
the
can't.
category
You mumble when you talk.
well, going back to Celebrity Jeopardy, the category was famous horsemen, and Sean Connery read it as "I'll take horse semen for 800." And then he walks up and points out, "See, whore, like your mother, semen. It's right there."
So, thinking about inappropriate terms and things that people say, there is a
Yikes.
country song. There's a country song called "Dickin' in Texas." I was like, "Oh, that's awesome."
Wonder what the lyrics are for that song.
He
Okay,
drops
so
the F bomb, which I was like, okay, that's a don't like that in country songs. Like, don't get me wrong, I know people curse, but that's one thing I don't really particularly like in my country songs is F bombs.
okay, well, so here's my question then: what is the dick in?
He's talking about a woman that's fornicating down in Texas away
Oh,
from
okay.
her
I was
husband.
just trying to.
So she's dicking in Texas.
I was just making sure that he wasn't talking about her.
Interesting.
I was just making sure that he wasn't talking about a rancher and one of his stock.
Nope.
Uh,
Nope. He's
It's
talking about
interesting we're still
a.
making songs about that shit.
You can't go upstairs.
Well, the Rolling Stones in 1973, I think it was. I think it was the last track on their Goat's Head Soup album.
Alright, fair enough.
On like the CD and everything, the title of the song says "Star Star," but the title of the song is really "Starfucker." He's talking about groupies and shit and everything. Um, I suppose if somebody was
There you go, crowd. There's Mr. Seth Rollins for you.
I suppose if somebody was really motivated, they could maybe take the lyrics for that song and rewrite them and come up with "Cowfucker."
Oh, Punk, don't use the commemorative
Or
chair.
or because the name of the song was "Starfucker," they could change it to "Steerfucker." I don't know.
Jesus.
Well, get that chair back to that person. I want him Punk to sign that
All
shit
right,
now.
I got to mute myself. I have somebody calling me that's important.
Okay.
This is all his fault. He just bailed on the conversation right at the time where I started talking about bestiality because he talked about a country song talking about chicken in Texas. It also reminds me of an old George Carlin joke. Do you know why when a rancher fucks a sheep, he does so at the edge of a cliff? It's so the
why?
sheep will push back. And after the audible groans in the audience, I believe he said, "Just a little tip for all you outdoorsmen out there."
Uh-oh. I don't know where I am. Punk and Seth Rollins were fighting outside the ring. He just back body dropped him or some crap.
Yes,
Yes.
Roman is laying down somewhere on the outside of the ring, just saying, "Give
Right now
me,
I have them punching each other in the forehead.
give me the." Oh,
Punk just suplexed Rollins into a trash can.
damn it!
Okay, I'm behind you guys.
I'm gonna say Roman's waiting in the ring. He's probably saying to some stagehand like, give me a." I can't remember how it said it. Okay, the main event episode where the Mega Powers exploded.
Oh no,
It
I
had
just
very,
had Roman
had,
jump over the barricade. So I'm ahead of
uh,
you guys.
yeah, I think so. It had the very famous blooper
Let
where
me know when you get to that part.
where they came back from commercial and Hogan and Elizabeth were in like the trainer's room and Hogan could be heard saying to somebody like to tell him like to give him a cue, but he said give me like a tizzle or something. I don't remember. Roman just jumped over
Yeah. Roman
barricade
just
on my
jumped over the
feet.
barricade.
All right.
I gotta look that up now.
Roman just jumped over the barricade. He had some ups too. Those Jordans helped.
Yeah. It's always the Jordans. Do that little extra boost. Well, it looks like it must have a special flavor for WrestleMania this year for Prime.
Damn it. Now I can't find it. Oh well.
55-inch vertical.
Okay, nobody has a 55-inch dick. Oh,
What?
vertical.
That's not.
Wow. Oh.
Whoa. Pat, you're starting to sound like me and Jeremy now. What's going on?
Yeah, it's getting late. The melatonin's starting to kick in. So my brain's starting to say sleep time.
I see. Oh,
He bet on the wrong horse. Damn, there's horses in the ring.
oh my God.
Nay, they say. That was a terrible joke. What the hell was that? Could he run any slower?
I was going to say he ran slower than Naomi did on that Irish whip in their match.
Oh, Roman.
He's got a 10-pack.
Hey, Roman, did you dye your facial hair and your hair again? Yeah, you did.
Mm-hmm. Yes, he did. No doubt about that. No gray in that bad boy.
No, we got no gray in that beard. He just for men that shit today. He's dyed his hair too.
I don't want everybody to know how old I am.
I'm 43.5 years old.
I thought I watched the promo from Cody and Cena the other night.
Eh.
Yeah, it was a little awkward, really.
It was okay. It was definitely a little bit yeah, I guess a little awkward. Waiting for Cody's will bust out the use the phrase 5 moves of doom at some point too. Well, set sold out. That was good.
Did he just say a DDT and an inverted DDT? Because that was more like a neck breaker in DDT, not an inverted DDT.
Well,
Who are you to question the play-by-play acumen of Michael Cole?
how dare you say Michael Cole's wrong? Michael Cole, you're wrong.
Michael Cole's job is not to call the moves, it's to tell the story. He's not an annoying little twerp like Joey Styles.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
It just
He should have said who he was paying homage to, so people who don't watch wrestling know who he's talking about.
the only people who know that he's paying homage know who he's paying homage to. But I mean, the thing it is, again, I don't hate Punk for doing that, but it also just shows nobody did that like Savage. Just nobody did.
No, Savage was very good at laying out pretty good.
Well, and it's
When
just
he
the way
was.
the way Savage flew through the air and everything. It was just like a work of art, really, in so many ways.
And now he's in the front row enjoying this.
Yeah, yeah. That's why I was like, when Michael started always doing the elbow drop, I think he was very smart to not try to do it the way Savage did it. He did it his way.
Oh, the Doomsday Device!
Wow.
Yeah, pretty much.
That was awesome.
They
They did a good job of flipping him.
What a rush that was.
You know, you get a lot of people that impersonate Macho Man, and they would like wear his garb and they do his. The ones that I have a hard time, and it's no offense to the people that appreciate him, but when
High
women try to
schools
do
when
his
you graduate.
voice, it's I have yet to hear a good one because most women do not have the pitch, the tone for his voice to do it properly.
What to do, Savage?
Yeah, so it always
Savage.
sounds very off, like very too high of a tone, or it's like they try and bring their voice down, but it just doesn't have that gravel to it
I was
that
gonna
his
say
voice did.
Savage's voice was so low and gravelly, he destroyed his own voice by speaking like that. Because like that would there's no way that was his natural voice, you know. It had to be an affect that he was putting on. But he did it for so long then that he literally destroyed his own voice.
The other thing I thought was pretty funny in Cody's promo to Cena last night was, oh shit, no, I forgot. I'll remember at some point.
So we got the yay yay going on, it sounds like.
A
Like
bookend.
Punk's yays were louder, but I still wasn't really hearing boo when Roman was hitting.
Looking for the Anaconda Vice. I think he has it in.
It's sad that he couldn't find it.
Because my Anaconda don't want none.
Unless you got buns, son.
No, it's like that's one of those like phrases that they use all. It's like, oh, he's looking for the whatever move, and it's like, no, don't say it like that.
Did Roman use the Anaconda? Did Roman use the Anaconda Vice too?
No.
I don't think
Mm.
so.
Oh, no, I was gonna say Cody made a comment about Cena not having his tan, was just him not having a tan like Sting didn't have a tan at Starcade.
Oh, you said yeah, you said something about him being whiter than Sting at Starcade
Yeah, that shit
97.
was that had me laughing.
And you know what's funny is I thought he was just referring to the face paint. I totally forgot the whole like Sting doesn't have a tan, brother thing. I really totally forgot until you mentioned it.
That was a good part too. That made me laugh.
Yeah, I know. Unless your name is Seamus and you're pasty white just because of your nationality, um, there's nothing wrong with having a little bit of skin color to you.
Right?
I think.
Oh
I think
God,
if she
why? I fucking hate that move.
the buckle bomb.
I fucking hate that move with a passion.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Ever since what happened with Sting, yeah, I've always been.
Sting, Finn
I
Balor.
I wouldn't want to
Yeah.
take that move. Yeah.
I do agree with Shane though. As I keep on seeing
Pac
Roman's
got hurt with that
shoes,
shit too.
Roman's shoes are pretty awesome.
Yeah,
His
they're pretty dope.
Jordan
I
Ring
like them.
shoes.
The deal with Sting and the buckle bomb. I'm assuming he got
Yes.
hurt.
Uh-oh. CM Punk's underwear showing underneath his tights.
Well,
That's been
I saw Tiffany's support bra under her top.
yeah. I saw that too.
That's not a good spot. I'm not a big fan of those spots either where they spear when somebody's got. Oh, that's a good way to take out your own knee.
Oh wow.
It was a
He
weak
dove
ass
in,
spear.
speared into the pedigree.
I'm not sure if I've ever actually seen them do something like that.
That was the first I've seen it that I can remember seeing it.
This can't be the end of the match.
No,
right?
that um
How is that not
He-
like?
he did that.
Wow, Paul's really tan. I just realized.
Yeah. He Rollins did that a couple years ago.
Oh, okay.
That was a good spot.
Yeah, what's awkward about it is it was like he was still trying to also like underhook his arms, and he literally got the one.
Yeah, he did that a couple years ago. I just saw it come up on an old YouTube video.
Okay.
Oh,
And
you guys. Sorry, Shane.
No, I think it was to Roman.
I was gonna say I can't really imagine who else it might have been to because it's like you'd have to have it would have to be where somebody else is charging at you.
Right.
I'm not
The
sure how many other
aforementioned
people
Rhino.
really use. Yeah, how many other people really use moves like that?
Not
So
a
you guys
spear,
will-
it's a gore.
You guys will find this. You guys will find this funny. So,
So-
Hopefully.
so my son's playing baseball, and they do catching. You know, they've had the position of catcher now at this level. He's on the next level, like it goes t-ball, and then they call it grasshopper. It's where it's kid pitch and coach pitch, and he the one kid on his team is a catcher, and his parents got him a cup, which I think is a smart idea. You know, it's not a bad idea. Even at that age, you don't want to catch
You
one
need it.
in the.
If he's catching, yes, I would.
Well, my son catches too, but we didn't get him one yet. Maybe I will. But anyway,
You should.
you know, you don't want to catch one even at that young age, right in the boy parts. And this kid's having trouble. I was like, and that's an awkward thing as an adult.
Ooh.
You know, helping in any way, shape, or form with anything that goes around that area. I was like, he's like, can I go over to my mom and dad and do that? I was like, oh, you could do that right here, buddy. It's not a problem. Like, you know, making him let him know it's nothing. He's not, you know, taking down his pants or anything like to do that. So, and then he was having trouble. I was like, do you need help, dude? He's like, yes. And I was like, okay, I can do this without being inappropriate, right? Like, without anybody thinking I'm being inappropriate.
Do I
So-
have
What's
your
your father
permission?
doing to his son over there?
So I got it to where he could get it in there. Like I got it to the point where he wasn't stuck on himself, so to say. I know it sounds all kinds of freaking weird, but anyways,
Just keep talking. This isn't getting worse or anything.
well, I'm gonna stop talking about that. But it was just the funniest thing because then the conversation came up because Abby, my older daughter, asked me, "What were you doing, Dad?" I was like, "Well, he had a cup and he needed help getting it, you know, so he could get it in place." She's like, "Oh," I said, "Lucas, eventually you'll have one of those too, and you'll have a jock strap that you put it in." And my daughter's like, "What is that?" I said, "Well, it's she's like, "Is that a thong for boys?" I was like, "No, it's not." I was like,
Nope, because it don't go into crack.
I said, "No, it's not a thong for boys."
What did she thought of that?
I said it's kind of like that, but instead of having things go there, they go around your butt cheeks. Like there's two straps that go around your butt cheeks and hold and go up to a waistband that holds a cup in to protect your private parts. She's like, I said, and you don't wear underwear. She's like, you don't wear underwear? I was like, no. She's like, well, then people can see your butt. I said, you have pants on over top of it. She's like, she was just like bewildered by the fact that there's no underwear on and guys have just this thing on under their pants. I was like, well, yeah, that's football players wear them, baseball players wear them, they all wear them.
Well,
I said I was very self-conscious at that age, and I wore underwear underneath my jockstrap.
I was gonna say I did too. Actually, I think I might have worn the underwear over top of the jock. I really don't remember because it's been so long since I had a jock on. Right?
Did you guys catch Seth talking to Roman?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was like,
And
they've been fighting this whole match, and now all of a sudden Seth wants to make the alliance here again, saying, "Let's get rid of Punk."
You can't get rid of Punk. There is no getting rid of him.
See this if Rollins is going to lose this match, it's like it should be because again he's just so fixated on I hate CM Punk.
He's like, I can't do it. Paul told me not to.
Good God, that's John Moxley's music not being hit.
Okay,
No,
I was just gonna tell.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say now if Seth does something to Roman here, that'd be cool. Oh, ow, ow, ow.
Oh,
I mean, it collapsed, but it was an interesting collapse.
Yeah, I was gonna say it didn't like come apart perfectly or anything, you know.
Perfectly.
well, it's a
Thank you, Catwoman.
premium live event. Table.
Perfectly. There's a little bit more Catwoman for you.
Yeah, and yeah, these are
Wow,
different than
that one
normal
definitely
tables.
fucking broke.
You know what they have underneath them now to make them more comfortable when they land? At least like for the really big spots, like when they jump off of high areas, they have crash pads underneath them. Those automatically inflatable crash pads.
I think you can see it there. It's blue.
They do psh, and it like lifts up and softens the blow.
I honestly thought that was going to be it.
I thought that was gonna be the end of the match right there.
Yep.
Like that was enough to make it the end of the match.
He was doing his best Ultimate Warrior impression there, you know.
It's the main event of WrestleMania. No, I thought it was a different place that we were watching, not WrestleMania.
Gotta name drop it.
We are here at the main event of the Colossal Tussle.
That's what they were gonna call it, right?
That was like one of the original names they threw
Yeah.
around, yeah. Because they were all into the rhyming shit, because that was around the same time that they had like the brawl to end it all and the war to
Yeah.
start the core on MTV.
Wrestling and rock and wrestling.
Rock and
The
wrestling.
craziest thing that would have happened right now is Brock's music fucking hitting, but we all know
Yeah.
that's not gonna happen.
Right.
He's
Oh,
got law.
Hey-
He's got law problems.
Yeah.
Heyman would be in a mental pretzel at that point then if Brock came out.
I know.
The guillotine.
Speaking
quite
of
the
the
gui-
go ahead.
No, it's a
I was gonna
guillotine, but
say
not quite the guillotine.
Yeah, it's not on properly by any means.
Oh, there
Speaking
we
of
go.
the rock and wrestling, I sent Joe the other day the 5th annual Rock and Jock softball challenge video with
Oh god,
had
that
like
was funny.
Dan Cortez.
Cortez was on like almost all of those. Yeah,
He
I
was,
heard.
yeah.
I one year when when we still taped things, I taped. I think I taped. I think it was Rock and Jocks 4, 5, and 6 on the same VHS tape, and those were I think the years of those were pretty sure were like 93, 94, 95. Like
Mhm.
6 was in 95, and the reason I'm pretty sure I remember that is for two reasons. One, they made reference to the fact that baseball was still under a strike at the time.
Mhm.
And two, Diesel was one of the participants, and he had his jersey, instead of being a number, was Roman
Did you guys
numeral
just
11.
get a? Did your
Yeah.
string just flick? What the hell was
Yeah.
that?
But his jersey number was Roman numeral 11 because WrestleMania 11 was about to take place. And
I think
he was-
Rollins gave
he was
him the
defending
finger
belt.
as he was putting him in the sharpshooter.
Yeah, and like
I
at that one Rock and Jock 6, Dan Cortez became the first non-baseball player to hit a home run in the game. Remember they
oh,
did-
good old Dan Cortez.
You're correct with the years. It actually says it on this video. Rock and Jock 5, 1994.
Yeah. I also
Mark-
remember in one of those, Cecil Fielder made the last out in the game when his son Prince, who was still only like 10 or 12 years old, was
Really
out in the
young, yeah.
outfield for some reason and caught the ball that his father hit.
Yeah, Mark Paul Gosselaar was in.
I don't remember Mark Paul Gosselaar being in one.
Yeah, he was in the 94 one.
Oh, he was.
He was the first the first person they introduced. So it like went by pretty quick.
Oh, okay. I was
So
gonna
I
say,
could see why you.
I really didn't remember him being. I remember Michael Richards being in the one, and
Michael Richards?
yeah, Kramer.
Too many
Wow.
false
Kramer?
finishes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're getting to the point of too many false finishers. Paul Heyman's having a heart attack on the stairs.
Well, again, it's WrestleMania. We knew there were going to be 37 false finishes, so.
Yeah. We still have 8 minutes.
I mean, assuming
Maybe
that they were
3.
trying to plan this to go to 11, yeah.
They're 3 minutes short of a 30-minute match.
Could you imagine back in the day watching guys go 60 minutes and that
Iron
was like
Man,
a
yeah.
normal match? Like for some of
I
these
was thinking
guys
that.
doing 60-minute Iron Match matches or norms.
Just thinking
I'd
that
be
as you said
bored
it.
out of my
Yeah.
mind.
Yeah, that's the thing. I've still never watched. The only 60-minute Iron Man match I've ever watched still at this point was the one between Rock and Triple H at it was Judgment Day 2000. And I got to admit, that was a hell of a lot better than I thought it was going to be.
Bret Hart had a couple of them, if not multiple.
Yeah, well, he had the one with Michaels, of course.
Yeah, yeah.
which I've still never watched that one. Yeah. See, the thing about
Yeah.
the Rock Triple H one is that they very smartly said we're not going to do like a no fall sudden death thing. We're going to have multiple falls. So I think
Mhm.
it kept the audience better engaged.
Yeah.
Because there are a lot of people who don't like the Brett Sean match.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He gets a GTS and is still able to do the stomp. Right. When the last
Yeah,
one knocked him out cold.
we're getting into like AEW levels of no selling here. And again, I understand when it's WrestleMania and everything, but yeah,
Mhm.
it does get a tad annoying.
I concur.
See, I guess the thing is for Rollins is that yeah, because he didn't fall down, he just kind of stumbled back into the ropes. It kind of helped him like bounce back.
The John Moxley fall into the ropes and come back out.
Well, not quite that.
I know, I'm
but-
joking.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Here comes the
uh-oh.
favor, maybe.
What is
But who's
he
the favor
doing?
for? Is it for Rollins? Is it for
Poor
CM
favor,
Punk?
Paul Heyman. Poor favor.
He's looking up.
He's praying to God. If he
Paul Heyman
slides that
Jewish.
chair to Seth Rollins, I'm gonna lose my shit.
Well, they're gonna make it ambiguous.
See, that's the thing. These matches, of course, are no count out, no DQ because they're triple threat. So,
Nuh-uh, those aren't the rules.
yeah, huh?
Are you sure? Because I didn't hear him say it, so it can't be true.
No, they definitely said it because I saw the captions. And I
Ugh,
think they
let
just
the
said it again, 'cause
drama
I'm seeing no
begin.
disqualification up on the screen. I'm like, captions.
Give me the chair, Paul. Give me the chair.
Wow, he gave it to Punk. That's interesting.
Oh, poor Roman and his extra white teeth.
They are very white.
Yeah, he's
Uh-oh.
had something done to him. It's
Paul's
Yeah.
getting in the ring. This could be bad. Paul's getting hit with the chair.
Heyman getting in the ring now concerns me.
He's gonna step in front of.
Why is he like holding holding Punk's?
That's
think he's
why.
gonna prevent
Once
Punk
once he
from-
was on the side of him, I knew he was gonna screw him over.
But who did
It
he
was-
do it for? Did he do it for Roman or did he do it for Seth?
It was obvious he was gonna do that. Nice Rolex.
And now he's all like, I can't believe I just did that
Yeah.
to my best friend. And Roman's all like, do you think I can be Aquaman with these teeth?
You made me do it.
You made me do it. Here we go. This is the same shit he did. He did the Punk back in the day when he turned on him with the
Punk
kendo
screw
stick shit.
Punk.
Yeah. Vince didn't screw Brett. Brett screwed Brett.
I have no sympathy for Brett. Now he's going to low blow Roman.
That's what I'm waiting for.
I mean, yeah, the fact that he hasn't gotten out of the ring yet, I mean,
Yep.
Here it comes. My tribal chief. I love the fact that you can hear him talking to him.
look, do to him what he has always done to you, and what you also did to him in last year's WrestleMania match, which cost you the match against Cody. Yeah, he's going to stop Roman from hitting Seth here.
Get behind me.
Yep. I told you. Paul's waiting.
He's jerking it around like he's playing with a remote control.
I knew this could happen.
Oh, come on, Cole. You could have said you.
The double swerve.
No,
I
this was
knew
a
this could
triple
happen.
swerve. No, wait. No, it's just a double swerve.
Could be a triple if he low blows Seth Rollins.
Yeah, let's say if he also now chooses to low blow Rollins, then that is definitely a triple swerve.
He's like, I can't stand any of y'all using me. You're all using me.
You all say you need me, but none of you ever ask how I'm doing.
I knew it.
You
I knew this
take
was-
and you
I-
take and you take from me, but you never give.
I had a bad feel. Well, I don't say it's a bad feeling, but I had a bad feeling they were going to do this.
Yeah, again, I just don't see the point.
Yeah,
That's
right.
my thing. I mean, again, they can try to explain it, but right now I don't see the point.
And the crowd's behind it.
I mean, again, if you wanted to heal Seth, you didn't need Heyman to do that. So
Right.
just like you didn't need Rock for heel Cena.
Correct.
He kisses the chair and then hits Roman with the other end of it. Oh, that's got to be it, right?
Interesting.
So I guess Seth will be Jay's first challenger. No, I mean, actually, probably not. But
Now, where's the storyline go after this?
yep, that's always the big question. We'll find out Monday, I guess.
I don't know.
Surprised I haven't gotten a text message yet.
Oh, it's coming. It actually probably would have come if Punk would have won.
Well, he's texted me twice. One was about the attendance figure, and then the other one was about Tiffany actually winning. So
Well, that was
So
interesting. He just pushed the referee. He is going heel. More heelish.
Well, he started wearing black more often the past couple weeks too.
but tonight he's wearing white.
Well, came
yeah,
out in
Joe.
black.
Good guys don't wear white, or good guys don't wear bad guys. Fuck it.
Nailed it.
Yeah, I did.
He came out in black though.
Right about here.
But
This is
did
the
you guys
favor.
see the look that Rollins gave Roman there a little bit? It half looked remorseful, and then it also looked like disgust. Yeah.
The problem is like also how do you really resolve this? It's like, Punk and Roman now both have legitimate grievances with Heyman and obviously Rollins by extension, but it's like we've got quite a bit of Punk Rollins at this point. So
Yeah,
Right.
like how are you going to keep playing this? This is going to be. You're keeping the love triangle going.
yeah,
That's
and
for sure.
and technically as of right now, Seth and Punk are on Raw and Roman's on SmackDown too. So I mean, obviously again, we know that they're gonna draft, but
The whole like wiggling around just makes me laugh.
he was looking for a
Playing a video game. Left, right, left.
yeah, he looked like he was jerking around the old Atari control, the toggle stick.
Yeah, Roman's trying to make himself look younger for sure, dyeing his hair and his beard and whitening his teeth. Like, look at how youthful I am.
Well,
Well,
hard to
he's gonna be a
believe how
movie
long it
star.
is that they've been around.
It's the cockroach.
Now, Monday night, Heyman's going to come out with Rollins, and cut a promo. We'll see we'll see how this goes. Folks should be like, yeah, it's not the first time.
Michael Cole is sick. I think somebody should get him some Pepto.
Look at, he's like, I told you. Okay.
It's so funny when
many
Paul
questions.
Paul
Not
Heyman
enough
tries to look
answers.
evil. Like he ducks his head, he frowns his brow. It's like I'm so bad.
I mean, the biggest thing I guess I will be curious to hear on Raw on Monday is how much Rollins does.
Cameraman, stop
because,
going to the ring with Punk and the ref laughing right now.
because the
Stupid.
problem is people are still singing his goddamn song. So
Yeah.
And it doesn't even make sense. It's so offbeat. I mentioned this to Joe. It does not go with the of the drums that are going the entire freaking time.
Well, let's see.
It's
We
like-
had 4 title matches.
Well, like
3
I've
of them
said,
changed hands. One of them kept their belt. We had a double swerve in the main event, which I pretty much
Rollins
knew
must have did something again because they went to a blackout.
well, no, it was
Just
the program switch from the show to the after show.
yeah, so that's what that was.
Okay, well, because everybody's gonna watch the after show for those sweet press that are meaningless.
Wikipedia says that match went 40 minutes and 30 seconds.
They counted the intros. They did not count the actual in-ring time. They went from the bell ring on the first intro.
Yeah, I was gonna say it definitely didn't. The match didn't go 40-30 because, like Joe said, the bell rang at 11:25 or 10:25, and it's my clock is saying 11:02, and the match is already over. So
Yeah. They rang the bell when Rollins was coming down during his
Oh, what
entrance.
they're gonna. This is interesting.
So if you go bell to bell, it probably was. Which is weird that they rang the bell when he first came down.
now you know why Seth is holding on to that chair still, right?
Shield.
He's gonna get it engraved with his name on it.
Because they're gonna take it backstage, they're gonna autograph it, and they're eventually gonna sell it on an auction or something
Mhm.
That's a very good possibility.
for mucho dinero.
Well, interesting night
Oh, look,
one.
the announcer's already walking back.
Yeah, I know.
They're
They
one
left the
Paul
wrestlers.
Bearer.
They left Roman and Punk in the ring by
Because yeah,
themselves.
Roman's still in the ring. I don't know if Punk is, but I'm
Now,
assuming.
Well,
let's
the
see
show's
if
officially
these.
over. I'm out of here.
Let's see if these two have an interaction in the middle of the ring. Now, that's going to be interesting.
We need to form an alliance, even though we don't like each other. Oh no, Punk is crying, kind of, sort of.
I'm still getting coverage will resume shortly. Weird.
Do you not have Peacock Plus?
Uh,
That might be why.
I didn't even know there was a plus.
Yeah, there is.
Noted.
It's kind
Well,
of
Punk's
annoying for
staring
me
at
because
Roman,
it's
and
like
Roman's just chilling.
for me, they for whatever reason, I don't know why. Maybe it's because of when I did it, and it would have been because when they switched WWE Network onto Peacock and everything. But like, I get a charge taken out for Peacock, and then I get the Peacock Plus charge taken out at a later date. It's like it's not on
Yeah,
the
I hate when they do that shit.
You've got the cock plus.
Peacock.
Peacock.
That's how McAfee used to promote it. It's like WWE on the cock. Peacock.
I know. That's funny.
Did you guys catch Big Night Out? You guys have no idea what I'm talking about.
No, I do. It's the
Oh,
McAfee
okay.
thing, but
Yeah,
there's really only so much McAfee I can take, and I really can't take him outside of wrestling, to be honest.
I get that. I completely understand that. I mean, it was fun. He had Pittsburgh legends come out and throw balls into a 10 by 10 circle to uh, do a giveaway for someone in the crowd. And
God, that lady screaming "I love you" to Roman. I love you. He's got a wife. He doesn't care.
I loved you in Aquaman.
I love Roman too. I just
Okay, now it's on for me.
Let's
Roman
see.
walking away.
Yeah.
Weird.
yeah, because now I hear Tessitore now, so that's maybe why.
Mm.
So like now it's like officially the post show has started.
I would give night one a C.
It took a while to get going, unfortunately.
I liked the first match. Didn't like the ending to the first match. Second match was bleh.
Yeah, the first match was good up until like the fact that the ending was just really not dramatic. The second match, the tag title match, was nothing special. The Jay Naomi match was
Even worse.
hmm
just not good. I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not trying to. I'm really not looking for a reason to be a dick, but it's just like there just wasn't much entertaining about it.
hmm
The Jacob Fatu LA Knight match was solid.
Yeah.
The El Grande and Americano Ray Phoenix match was okay. You know, again, nothing special, but nothing bad. And then the
I
Tiffany
think that
Charlotte match went off a lot better than I thought it was going to. And it was pretty good. And then the triple threat was pretty good too. So yeah.
I'm gonna give it a C minus because that Naomi Cargill match was really tough. That was probably an F match.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised I
wow.
haven't got. I'm again. I said I haven't got. I'm surprised I haven't got a text from Mister AJ yet. I'm also surprised I
No,
haven't got a
he
text
sent
from
me
him.
a bunch of stuff already.
Oh, he hasn't sent me anything since this match
He
ended.
doesn't
Yeah,
like you as much. Mom.
I kind of. Yeah, I also was kind of expecting by now I would have gotten a match and like, oh, it was a blah, blah, blah. He'd probably also throw in there like Dynasty was better, and I'm like, I don't
A
care.
TV show? Dynasty?
No, AEW's last
Yeah.
pay-per-view, I think.
I do want to say it never ceases to amaze me. These guys just wrestled for 30 something minutes. Like you can't see sweat on Roman Reigns' body.
Yes, the climate control in the building is good enough.
That I don't know. Like I get out of bed and I sweat. Like it's just I don't understand.
Hmm.
You may have a
Punk,
problem. Go see a doctor.
Punk
AJ did say the odds for every single match were correct.
Punk doing what he just did there is almost the mark of a guy who's like,
He's gonna retire.
yeah, I'm done.
It's a main event, so it's more. I think it's more of us. Well, in regards to that.
Yeah, maybe he's just trying to fully soak in the moment again and stuff. But no, I
Yeah.
mean, he could easily take a month or two off, you know.
I
You
mean,
think
he
he's gonna
could,
be at
but
the
it's going to be kind of hard now with this this outcome.
Well, yeah, like I said, we'll have to see where they intend to go with this. So
you think they're gonna have him at the post thing, or is that only for winners?
I think they usually only
The-
talk to the winners on those.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's usually just the winners.
He could just rehash his he'll be either eating a donut.
He just did the old Rockers exit from the ring and Kim comes up limping.
Yeah, he's walking fine now.
I never realized when like in the heat of everything with Kane and his the way he used to exit the ring. I never noticed it back then until you see like the video compilation of him hooking the top rope and doing the back like flipping out of the ring. You just wouldn't expect a
Yeah,
heel slash Kane to do that.
yeah, he did like the backwards, like as if he
Yeah.
was getting, as if he was getting like clotheslined over the top rope, kind of.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, I don't like when Solo gets clotheslined over the top rope because he kind of throws himself over. That has really irritated me. Not that it has anything to do with this.
All right, gentlemen. I am gonna sign off. I got to do some
Yeah.
Easter egg stuff. I'm
You're
sure.
not allowed to.
Yeah,
Yes,
whatever.
yes. Yeah, like I said, overall, I thought the pay-per-view was solid. I give it a C. You know, some highs and lows in regards to some of the matches, 100%. But
The highs were high, the lows were low.
it'll
The
be
highs were
interesting to
low.
see. You know, I think tomorrow night's card's a little bit is definitely stronger than tonight's card. But at the end of the day, is The Rock going to show up? And is anybody going to, is The Rock showing up? And two, is Cena actually going to win this title?
We've got two mystery opponents.
Yes, got that too.
Matt Riddle. I'm calling Matt Riddle is
Oh.
Randy Orton's opponent.
God, I really
No.
hope not.
I fucking hope not.
I just don't like that guy.
Why
I
would you
hope
like
not.
that guy?
He's apparently
But-
in Vegas this week.
Yes, he is.
I mean, a lot of stuff was going on in Vegas, yeah. So
All right, then. Everyone, we are going to sign off for the evening, but be back tomorrow because we will be back for night 2 of WrestleMania.
we will be back because these are 2 night things now, as we all know.
And we got to suck it up and do it, brother.
Yes, I will be on as soon as possible when I get back from my family function.
Oh,
So fans, don't despair. I will be back. I promise.
Blame WWE.
And maybe
for
me and
deciding
Pat
to
can
run
have
this.
another disagreement and shake things up for you guys.
Jeremy, I strongly think that your children are dragging you down. Sorry, first thing that I.
They do that. Kids do that. They're overrated.
Well, all I can say is thank God I don't have kids right now.
Yeah, good call.
yes,
The
yes.
things we learn from kids. All right.